And there we are. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady. This is the Open Chat. And with me in the right hand seat is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. How are you, honey?
Oh, I'm all right, I suppose. I'm a little frustrated working on an animated project right now and having some technical difficulties, but other than that, now life's pretty life right now, good, bad, up,
Mm,
down,
yeah,
a
ma-
little bit.
yeah, Mage. It's a bowl of kitten with sugar and salt, definitely. That is Sylvia. Perhaps a month or two after I took her in. Now it was a while ago. Needless to
It does
say.
appear to have been. How
Uh,
old is she again?
let's see now. She's nearly 5 years old.
Ah, yeah, she's still a bit of a spring chicken. Columbia's nearing 14 or 15 at this point.
Wow. Yeah, I,
Yeah,
I
I'll have to look it up exactly. When I got her, she was about a year and a half old.
okay.
That's all I really remember. I forget even what year I got her.
Oops. When I
Well,
took her in, I guessed at about 12 weeks old for Sylvia based on her size and her weight, which set her birthday. I guessed at her birthday, which would be May 27th.
hmm.
And yeah, I took her
Well,
in 2016.
well, I did not, in fact, have to guess because they told me when I adopted her that she was about a year and a half old. So,
Oh, okay.
I mean, they didn't give me an exact date, but I didn't have to guess.
Oh, my. Tria says Elmer is just a little over 10 now. Okay, then. And I see that she thinks that technical difficulties bite. Yes.
Yes, they suck like the mighty Hoover, is what they do. I'm not a fan.
Oh.
Technical difficulties and I do not get along.
I've noticed. Yeah, if you
Well,
want.
I mean, I do have a shot in the render queue already, so I mean, I can't complain too much. But as soon as I finish this, which actually could be a couple of minutes, then we will be ready to go. It will be go time. I can turn this off and pay full attention to the stream.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. That could
Well, either that or
definitely.
get the vape out and get all like three sheets to the wind on weed. But
lucky,
I
lucky
mean,
you. I don't know, man.
priorities, priorities.
I could use some of that stuff. Because I don't know that I'm going to make 6 hours today, but I'm definitely doing a little bit better than I was yesterday. Um, it's a good thing yesterday was not today, as
Yeah.
I was literally screaming in pain. But I mean, the pain is still there, but it's not quite as bad. So we can do this. We can take it.
So when you
Um,
say there, where?
um, I have neck and shoulder pain from a slip disc
Yeah, I
in
didn't
the
ask
neck.
from where. I asked where it was, but all right.
Well, it's here. It's here in the old lady's bod is where it is. Yeah.
Well, it sounded like it was in a specific location, and it appears the specific location now is shoulders and what was it, neck or back, whatever you said
Yeah.
there.
It's the neck.
Mm.
No, the back hasn't acted up for a very long time. I have slip discs in the neck and in the back, and I'll tell you, they're a real pain in the arse when they act up. Um,
I would have thought they'd be a pain in the neck, but all right.
well, that too. Well, the back, the lower back is definitely a pain in the arse because it's right down by the tailbone. And yeah, how the hell did I do this to myself? I have no idea.
That
Uh,
is something I was actually about to ask you about because honestly, I mean, your back, unless you were doing sports or some crap.
no, and that's the darn thing. No sports injuries or anything like that. And I've had this going on since I was about 22 years old.
Yikes!
Yeah,
I
huh?
didn't know that part. I thought this was. a fairly recent development.
It started when I was, say, about 22. Um, I finally had it diagnosed when I was 31, and then I've just been dealing with it ever since. And yeah, I used to have the MRIs that showed the damn discs bulging. It was all sorts of fun. And I was just lucky that I was on welfare at the time that I had the diagnosis made, because I got all of it for free. I mean, if you have no income here in Pennsylvania, they will grudgingly give you medical coverage.
Well, they
Uh,
did that for me here in San Diego. I mean, that's how I got the brain surgery paid for.
well, the darn thing is, though, that there's a little bit of a difference in the price tag. You're actually making some money, where here in Pennsylvania, you have to have an income that's almost literally zero in order to get everything paid for.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, technically, what I make is less than minimum wage. Even
Mm.
though, I mean, I live pretty comfortably because I have some help from the parental units and from the government. But,
Yay. Yay.
I'm not making a lot of dough here at what I'm doing, and that's why I get the medical care.
Yeah, it's I really envious of you as far as that goes. You know, like getting the medical care um, and that sort of thing, because it seems a little easier on you than it is here. Well, you know, as you say,
Well,
the brain surgery was nothing. You know.
it helps that I live in a place where people give a damn.
Uh huh.
I mean, that California, Southern California, this is the kind of place that a person lives if they want, to be taken care of, if they want that social safety net.
I was a little surprised though, and I mean, we were talking before we came on air. My thought was that the cost of living was totally insane. It's, I guess, only mildly insane. Because what did you say a
No,
gallon of milk was? $4?
well, you got to understand, it's not supermarkets that are strangling people. It's things like rent.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean,
You
you've
know,
said more than once that you would not be able to make it were it not for the living situation that you have.
hmm
Hmm.
yeah. If you don't, I mean, if you can afford your rent here, everything else is like everywhere else, really.
Because I'm gonna guess that there's somewhere in 4 digits per month. Definitely.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, if let's put it this way: the place where I live right now, this property, most of the people who own properties here are landlords. That they're renting it out to someone else. That
Uh
this
huh.
is cash for them. I didn't actually quite realize that. I thought I was surrounded by like rich motherfuckers because there's a couple of Teslas in the parking lot, but it turns out no, and I figured it out because I keep getting phone calls from people saying, hey, would you like to sell your property at fill in address? And I'm like, well, it's my home, so no.
Uh huh.
And they're absolutely boggled. They're like, but but and then they realize, no, I'm not a renter, or a landlord, that I do genuinely live in the place I own. It's they it boggles them. They don't get it.
That's the interesting thing, and I always wonder, you know, where do these people live? Those who are owning the other units in your building or area or whatever you want to call it, and renting them out. Where are they? The landlords? Where are they living?
Well, I'll tell you this much: they live way the frick too far away. Because there was this one dude, like his property was unoccupied, right?
Okay.
But for whatever reason, the fire alarm went off, and it took him like 3-4 hours to get down here to fix it. Like
Oops.
I had to bitch at the HOA. I was like, this dude just left it on. It's been hours. I feel I've been patient enough. Handle it, or a brick is a very handy master key.
Uh huh. Yeah.
And that seem to put a little hustle in their step.
Oh,
You
for
know,
the
I mean,
rubber
but that's the thing
singular.
is these are condos. It's not an apartment building. So I can't just call up the landlord,
Right. Uh-huh.
you know? And so basically like I don't know, it's been a pain in the butt. Let's just put it that way. When it comes to the other people who do own these properties, like I'll get this one person who's like, "Well, I have to have some renovations done, so the water will be off for the next 12 hours." I'm like, "Fuck you, it will," and you have to give us. You have to give us at least a week's notice according to the HOA rules. And they're like, oh, okay, well, I'm just going to do it and you're going to have to deal with it. So
Oh,
I'm like,
jeez.
hey, yeah,
And then, of course, to have any recourse is expensive and time consuming, and you may not get anywhere anyway, right?
not necessarily, but it's still, it's hassle I don't want.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I remember what you were going through with the stuff on the roof, and
Oh, it took him a year to write solar panel, like rules for this place. And like when they did, it basically said, well, you can't have solar panels unless you want to really jump through hoops.
well, you would have had to have taken ownership of the roof, right, over your
Yeah.
place. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like any maintenance would be my responsibility rather than the HOA's.
Mm-hmm.
And
Which,
I was just like, this is going to be a lot of hassle that I don't want.
yeah, and a good bit of expense as well. I mean, let's face it.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what like it costs to fix a roof
More,
or how frequently you have to.
more than I have in my pocket, I can tell you that much.
Yeah,
Um,
well, but that's not a very informative measure.
yeah, right. Yeah, because my pockets are kind of empty. Which,
So,
I mean, that's why I haven't seen anybody about the neck. Because, damn it, I just don't have the cash for it. You know, pain in my neck. Okay, but what are you
well,
gonna do? Oh my. But yeah, as far as that goes, I do have another appointment coming up. By the way, in mid June, I have another appointment with nephrologist,
hmm.
so he can look at some of the blood work, and so that's going to be $100 just to get there, see him, get back. Fun. Uh,
Well, it's funny. Every time you say nephrologist, my brain goes to that one dude, Nephilim Free, if you
oh
remember
God,
him.
I remember him.
And I'm
Oh
not even 100% certain what the fuck the Nephilim are supposed to be. I know they're like some sort of demonic or angelic creature, but
yeah.
beyond that, I really have no idea. And I don't know why, like, I don't know if he's saying they need to be freed or they have been freed or they're inexpensive. I don't know what he was getting at.
I'm trying to remember because I did look it up once, and I think it had something to do with him being free of the Nephilim,
Oh, all
something
right.
like that. And I think it's because of
Yeah.
those. I think it's because of the flower pots that he had on his head.
Hmm.
Because if anybody here,
You
I'm
know,
sure you'll
I,
remember those
I
headphones
prefer
of
the
his.
industry term. You put these on; those are cans.
Okay, well, you know how large those things were that he wore, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean they were,
God.
but still, these are actually really nice. I got these when I was out with my dad when he was visiting. We went to Best Buy. I needed some stuff. I saw these. I said, "Well, what the hell? I'll get myself a present."
There you
And
go.
they're pretty nice. Although I'm having to play with the EQ quite a bit because boy, do these have some serious bass going on.
Oh
You know,
my.
I had my phone set up for earbuds,
Uh huh.
and these are not earbuds.
No, they're not. They don't look like it or anything like that. Yeah, they're just.
But they're pretty cool. I mean, this side right here, if you go like this, it fast forwards. Like this, it reverses up volume, down volume, tap to play, pause, or answer a phone call. But the best thing is like the number of times I've been like out walking in the world, and some stranger asks me a question, or I have to talk to like someone who works at the store, where do you keep the saran wrap, etc. If you put them on and then hold your hand over it like this, it turns off the music, activates a microphone, and you can hear what's being said around you.
Boy, I like that. I really do.
Oh, it's such a wonderful feature. I love the crap out of it.
Oh
So,
my! No, these are not like that. I can hear from outside, but then of course that detracts from the purpose of the headphone. Well, one of the purposes I see for a headphone is just to kind of isolate you from the outside noise. Oh well, what are you gonna do?
well, for me, most of it, like let's put it this way. I think if I didn't have ADD or ADHD or whatever the fuck one I have, because it's never been 100% clear from the what I was told about the diagnoses, like I could walk around without headphones because I wouldn't get immediately bored.
Uh huh. Oh, look at
But I
this.
need the headphones because my attention is like all I can hear is cars. All I can hear is cars, and I need like music, something rhythmic.
Alrighty. Yeah.
And by rhythmic, I don't mean beat and bass. I mean something with a cadence.
Yes. No, beat and bass forget. But look at us
Oh, well, they have
here.
their place, just not to the exclusion of actual tunes.
Amanda's here.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is Manda, isn't it?
Hello, hello, hello. I tossed you a link in case you decide that you would like to use it. And if you don't want to use it, that's okay. I won't burst into tears or anything.
Hmm.
Oh my. Yay. But geez, that's 2 shows in a row. I like
Yeah,
that.
so do I.
Oh, scheisse. Anyway,
Because oh, speaking of German, I
yeah.
don't know if you saw the thing I posted on Twitter, but I am so amused. I had to check this to make sure it was true. Apparently, in German, birth control pills is anti-baby pillen.
I like it. I like it.
I
Oh
know, right?
man.
That's awesome. I just anti-baby pillen.
Leave it to the Deutscher. I mean, if you
Eh,
need a word and they don't have it, they'll just throw one together, and they do it
but
so
but but
well.
anti but anti-baby pillen is just so on the
Yes,
nose.
it is. Yes, it is.
I mean, it's literally spelled anti-baby pill until you get to the plural.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That
that
just makes me laugh.
that final en is kind of like the final s here in the U.S. here in English. Oh man, and they're just so good at making words. Really are.
Uh, anti-baby pill, and I'm gonna take that one to my fucking grave. That's just hilariously funny. I'm sorry, but it is.
Oh, jeez. Oh man. Well, that's amazing though that they have that word, which to me sort of gives me a live and let live attitude toward the birth control and that whole thing, and just try to find that here in the U.S.
Well, I have to say, I like using the best birth control method there is, lesbianism.
Yeah, there you go. Oh
I
my.
mean, it's hard to argue. I challenge anyone to show a better form of birth control that isn't like, being a dude. Because let's face it, gay men have better birth control than lesbians. I will say that.
They do. They'll give you that. Hello, Amanda, honey. How are you?
Hi.
Hey,
I'm not
Um,
good.
gee, you're sounding a little
ill,
bit scratchy there.
under the weather.
Just not really sleeping, crying a lot. I'm fine.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was hoping that you would have cause to be happy. Or is
I
it
mean, we're happy we're getting out. We're just, haven't left yet. So that's all.
okay? Well, hopefully by the weekend. Hopefully, let's cross those
Hmm.
fingers because I saw the picture that you
Yeah.
put up on the twatters with Angel smiling his arse off.
Yes.
Yeah,
Seeing him
looking
actually happy was
perpetually
very nice.
stoned as he does.
I swear he's only stoned half the time. He just always has that
Okay.
stoner look.
Oh my. But
Yeah.
no, I'm really, 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 really happy that Escape Day is coming up soon.
Me too.
Escape
Today's
day?
3
Oh, that
exactly.
escape.
That
Yeah,
Escape,
like
yeah.
here. Today is 3 weeks exactly. It started on 4/20 was when my electricity was shut off, and that was on a Tuesday, so that was 3 weeks ago. So I haven't had electricity for 3 weeks.
Scheisse, and that's got to be absolutely crazy, because you have a fridge on that, right? And then you've got
Well, I wasn't allowed. Tried to bring a fridge because like have a fridge upstairs, but he wouldn't let me. So I, was just using their fridge in the kitchen, but like he threw out all my food, so everything that I had downstairs. So I have stuff like crackers and stuff up here that I've been eating pretty much.
oh, that's a wonderfully nutritious diet you have there.
I've
I
been
mean,
a little nauseous anyway.
I've
So
never actually eaten racist white people, but you have my attention.
Oh
I
my.
actually had occasion to say something like that on Twitter earlier today, where someone said, what are your feelings on infant ear piercing?" And I was like, "Well, I've never pierced my ear with an infant, but I'm listening."
Oh man, I can imagine that there are quite a few people in the, or for example, the anti-circumcision crowd and that sort of thing that don't like the piercing of the infant's ears as well.
Well, I mean, I'm just picturing someone with this like massive ear hole and a baby hanging out of it.
Oh my! I tell
Well,
you.
there's a chance I well,
overthought that one.
I thought that one up sober is the thing.
Oh, yeah, that's where that all comes from then. And I was thinking about
Well,
those at one
I
point.
don't know. I mean, I've come up with some really interesting and amusing stuff while high off my ass. It's just this one happened to be sober. What can I say?
Speaking of high off my ass, somebody in the community sent me some stuff today, and it's very good. He sent me gummies and regular weed, and the I haven't tried the gummies yet.
Yeah, it was Neil, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. I take stuff from him. We've talked about it before, but no, it was somebody else in the community that it's just in like I have the medical marijuana card and everything for it in my state. The thing is, in Georgia, it's not even real weed. It's CBD with low THC oil.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
that is the
It's supposed
medical
to
weed.
be. Well, you know what I mean, though. Like it's
Oh,
not.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. It's not THC. Sure. You can't get
Yeah.
high off it.
I'm not getting you anywhere.
It does, but it's not even. I don't care about the getting high off it. I mean, I've just suffered from chronic pain for I was diagnosed almost 20 years ago, and like
Well,
I take meds and stuff for it. You guys know I have the fucking those stimulators in my back for it. Like the weed actually does help, but because it's a drug, that people sold on the streets, my
Yeah.
state is so back ass where they're like, no, you can't, you can't get that. So fuck you.
the puritanical like bias against getting fucked up in this country is just so obnoxious. I
And
mean,
considering how much they all drink, though, like, oh my god.
given just how puritanical it gets in the United States, I mean, like, why are we surrounded by people who want to spoil our good time? Why do we put up with it?
Well, the only thing I
make
can
this
think
shit
of.
legal. We might not have complained so much about Trump.
Okay.
Oh, well, there's
No.
that too.
Well, the only thing I can think of is that the religious cults to which they belong won't let them have fun, so they're saying, why should we let anybody else have fun?
Well, I mean, that is why I mentioned being puritanical.
Mm-hmm. You talk to people from around the globe or from all of the corners of the flat Earth, whichever you're going for, and they all marvel at how cultish the U.S. is, how crazily religious the U.S. is, and they've got a point there. They really do. I don't
Well,
know
I'm
what it
getting
was
off.
that. Hmm?
Well, I'm getting awfully tired of having to explain to people that half of us are ashamed of them too.
Uh huh. Yeah. And unfortunately, it's just so easy to paint all of us with the same broad brush. Um, what I don't know is
There
how.
was there was a tweet. I think it was Marjorie Taylor Greene, that lovely QAnon woman.
Oh Lord.
It was her or Lauren Boebert. I can't always tell the difference. I know they're one's blonde and one has brown hair, but like they're both pretty much the same kind of stupid. So it was
Yeah.
one of them. Anyway,
Yeah.
they posted something on Twitter today that was just like it was Trump's speech and him. It was just a clip of him being like, "Don't forget that something like this is a Christian country" or some bullshit like that. Basically saying that we all run on God. And she had put, "Oh well, somebody should remind Biden of this or whatever," and it was just fucking
Oh,
ridiculous.
was that the one about the Trump flags?
No, it was just him. It was just here. I'll look it up.
Okay, sure, yeah.
Well,
Let me
this
check out.
this myth of us being a Christian country is so like both pernicious and wrong at the same time. It's
Yeah.
it's bizarre. All these people who seem to think that the U.S. belongs to them. I mean, I'm still pissed off that we changed the motto of this country. I liked the old motto better, "E pluribus unum," out of many one, versus this "in God we trust" bullshit.
Uh huh.
You
Of
know,
course.
I mean, this is why I would always say share and play nicely with the other kids, because the Christians don't want to do it.
Well, that whole "in God we trust" thing, there were actually two steps to it. The money, the paper money, got "in God we trust," and the motto got changed to "in God we trust" in the mid-50s as a
Yeah, that was
response
the
to.
Well, but I mean,
anti-SAR
the
thing.
reasons and the history behind it isn't the issue here. The issue is it got changed at all. It shouldn't have.
I sent it to you, Diana,
Oh,
on
Deshu.
Twitter.
Deshu.
I mean,
And
like out of many one is a great slogan, but "in God we trust." Well, you know what? Not everybody believes in fucking God. And I mean, I was watching them with the whole like the impeachment and all of that, and a bunch of other, and they kept starting Congress with a prayer, and I was like, oh yeah.
I think the history behind it is a little important just because you want to remind them that it wasn't always like this, because they always fall back to the whole our country's always been a Christian country and our founding fathers were these super religious men when in fact they weren't. And the
no.
whole "in God that we trust"
Sure,
thing
but
hasn't been
what it
around that long.
but the reason they did it was to virtue signal against communism.
Right. That's
Mhm.
that's the whole thing. Because we had to differentiate ourselves from those horrible godless communists. And,
And I mean, like is communism a threat at all? Was it ever? I mean, even forgetting whether it is, was it back
The
during the
thing, yeah,
Cold War?
it
Were we
wasn't.
really in danger?
But it wasn't even communism that was ever the threat. It was just the Soviets or whoever it was. It wasn't the actual ideology that was ever a problem. Just like if you take them not having a religious belief, it'd be the same thing as saying again, atheism is a problem. They're coming after us with atheism. It wasn't specifically about the ideology itself.
no,
Well,
Joseph
wasn't it
Stalin was
though?
the bigger
Wasn't it though? I
problem.
mean, it was all what I mean. We're talking about like profiteering warmongers here who are being told that you should forget about money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the capitalists had a thing or two to say
Oh
about
no,
it.
I'm not. I absolutely agree that they're. We played a huge part in it as well. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, in terms of what we were actually fighting against, it wasn't or they were claiming we were fighting against. It wasn't the communism itself.
And the
Oh
whole
yeah, no,
thing.
definitely. We played. This was.
But I still have to point at the fact that businessmen would hate communism like a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
because
disagree.
they couldn't
I
keep
don't
the
think I'm
money.
I'm conveying what I'm saying right.
Maybe
I'm
not.
agreeing with you. I'm just saying,
Okay.
yeah,
It was
in
Well,
terms
but I
of
interesting.
mean,
what we were focused at, it
well,
was
I mean,
never
I
us
mean,
taking down an actual ideology. That's just silly for them to try to
well, but
say.
It was
but
interesting.
the ideology contained what those businessmen hate, though. It contains the idea of getting rid of capitalism. So, I mean, weren't we kind of
Yeah,
like fighting against the ideology?
yes, and but I'm saying, we weren't like going after communism in the entire world,
Oh, well, true. Okay.
yeah, I'm saying that it was focused on a specific point.
Okay. Sure, sure, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, there were
sorry.
All right. All
some
right.
regimes that weren't exactly all yay USA capitalism that the U.S. supported.
Mhm.
I
Um,
mean, I think it was the same reason we gave for going after Vietnam, too, though, as communism, wasn't it?
that was all the domino thing, the domino effect that Eisenhower had going. And if you let the small nations fall, then eventually they're just going to knock all of the dominoes in Asia over. And yeah, so you had to go in there. And the other reason too, by the way, that the U.S. were in Vietnam and the French before them were those lovely oil fields off the East Coast.
Imagine.
Uh huh. They didn't want to lose access to those oil fields, and that kind of surprised me when I found out about it. Back when I was in when I was in school the second time, that was one of the things we found. It took me that long to find out because second time in school that was mid '90s. Um, but
That's why the Chinese are building those little like military base islands all around the South Asian ocean coast or out in the ocean itself because they're protecting that area where they're drilling for oil.
yeah, moo.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my.
I don't know. I had a lot like I didn't know the history of Vietnam the first time I started hearing about like some of it. And so I didn't know the French had been there. So I was absolutely boggled by the term Khmer Rouge. I was like, since when do they speak French in East Asia?
Uh huh.
I was completely boggled because I didn't know the history.
Yeah, the French had a very secure foothold in Thailand, for example. Um, and the Thai were not as adamant about ejecting the French as the Vietnamese were. I'm trying to remember when Dien Bien Phu was when the French got humiliated. Um, Here we are, Dien Bien Phu. That was okay, 1954. That was the last battle by the French Union's colonial army. And then you had the U.S. showing up with advisors after that, and then
Advisors, right?
yeah,
That's
yeah, and then I guess Fox Battalion got shot at, and that got the hot war going.
yeah. It's funny how often that happens, where it's like, I forget who it was who suggested this was a possibility, but that sometimes our enemies will give us these like little minor attacks just to spur us into attacking back.
Uh huh. Yeah.
You know, it's like let's get the Americans involved, shoot at some of their reporters, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And I don't think that the Vietnamese were thinking, what was that Peter Sellers film?
Oh, the mouse that roared.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think they were thinking that one, but
No.
occasionally happen.
Well, I mean, it's not even necessarily our actual enemies doing it either. It wouldn't shock me to discover like the CIA is instigating something in order to get us involved. You know, like going to our enemies, pointing and saying them, attack there, and
Yeah.
you know, it all comes to a head because now we have to get involved in a full-on military campaign. Like we don't have enough of them. You know.
And then you get, what is it, 50 years after the fact or whatever the hell it is, McNamara finally admits that, no, I shouldn't have pressed for U.S. military involvement. And it's like, yeah, now you say this, you know, it's like.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking more about like, 9/11 type stuff, where it's like we that was definitely used as an excuse to stay in the Middle East a lot longer than was necessary to deal with the actual.
Oh, hell yes. Well, was it 20 years longer? I mean, really?
Yeah, it's like, okay, Bin Laden's dead, Saddam Hussein's dead. What more do we need to do there exactly that isn't oil related?
I was gonna say just oil. It's always just been the oil.
And why does this country have a giant, massive hard-on for the Middle East anyway? I mean, besides oil, you
That's
know,
about the
couldn't-
only reason I can think of.
Well,
What-
yeah, but I don't know.
What really?
I think it also has to do with the fact that it's so like, you know, Americans don't really like places that are things that are different than what we're used to. These are, you know, places with a mostly different religion, mostly different climate, mostly different government. A lot of them have monarchies. Like, it's, you know, and not just monarchies, like these crazy princes that go around, you know, with harems and shit. Like, yeah, I think a little bit of it has to do with the fact that they're different. We don't like that.
If it wasn't for like the profit motives and all of that stuff, if it wasn't for religion, I mean, what possible reason could we have for being there? Any at all?
No, there is no actual reason. I'm just saying in terms
Yeah.
of like
and especially
our
when
obsession with it.
when it comes to Israel, especially because Israel really doesn't have anything of
What
very much
fuck are all the
value.
Republicans going apeshit about Israel again and how like I don't get it. I don't understand the whole like. I think it was another thing from either Boebert or Green today or the other day about how Biden is screwing up a relationship with Israel or some shit. And
Well, she put something up today. I know that. Yeah, because I was looking at it, and it said something about somebody remind the occupant of the White House, and notice she was using the terminology we used to use for Trump about what's going on in Israel, and it just comes to my mind the way Hitchens described it. You know, calling that area, you know, the one place in the Middle East that had no oil. And yet we're having a big thing about it. And oh God, there goes the neighborhood. Stools here.
Oh, I thought you meant Kate started on this. Is there any reason, like any actual reason, why if the U.S. pulled out of there and just said, you guys have that, fuck each other blind, do whatever you want to do, kill each other off, is there any reason to not do that? Like, would there be a global consequence that would affect us here at home? Or is it just all about the profit motive and the religion shit?
Well, Israel does have the big boom booms. So I
Okay.
don't know if that's part of it.
Well, let's suppose there wasn't the possibility of a nuclear conflict. I mean, what if we just said, okay, fight all your wars until there's a one left standing and then we'll deal with you? Is there any reason to not do that?
Okay, there's going to be a lot of people who don't like me for this, but I don't see a reason. I think.
I mean, granted,
just let them beat the shit out of each other, basically. Yeah.
the only reason I can think of is the humanitarian one. Is a lot of people are going to say, what about all the civilians? What about the women and children, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can think of. But the right wing seems to like to use that as a cudgel because they know the left wing eats it up.
It'd also be nice if they stop equating pro-Israel to being pro-Jewish. Like, it's not the same thing at all.
Well,
Yeah,
you got a
Whenever
point
anybody
there.
from
Yeah.
our side has anything bad to say about what's going on with Israel, it's always, well, we're anti-Semitic, and it's like, what? No. In fact,
Well, I mean, the best part is when they tried to accuse Bernie Sanders of being anti-Semitic. The guy is
Yeah.
about as Jewish as you can get, and anti-Semitic, right?
most
Yeah.
of the Jewish people that I know, the educated ones that I know, have pretty much the same stance as the rest of us. It's not as being, having stuff to say against what's happening in Israel is not being anti-Semitic at all. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's just them boiling it down to, kind of deflect. They go, see, you're racist. Like, okay.
Well,
Cool.
I'd love to be in like Biden's position right now and start saying things like, "Well, let's get out of Israel." And so if someone said you're anti-Semitic, I'd be like, "No, I'm anti-theistic. Fuck off." But like, I hate all religions equally. All right? Actually, but that's not true. I'm pretty okay with Wiccans. I mean, let's face it. If there is a harmless religion out there, Wicca is one of the first to come to mind.
Well, I don't even know if it's proper to call Wicca a religion, because I view religion as political rather than
It's not.
spiritual or
It's
anything like
not.
that.
It's not. It's not. It's not. That's something you see a lot in the United States. It's not inherent to religion.
Well, not even the papacy in the Middle Ages, that sort of thing.
It's not inherent to religion itself. There
Okay.
may have been religions that are how you describe, but religion itself is not what you're describing.
Okay. Okay. I'll buy that.
Also,
380.
Stool, your harem with those invisible dolphins, they'd better be churning butter.
Yeah, there you are.
Why is this the second or third harem conversation I've had in like 24 hours?
Well, if Stool was involved, I'm not surprised. If he wasn't, okay, details, please.
I was talking with someone last night, and the discussion started with, because I was talking about the Borgias and how Pope Alexander the Sixth had a passageway built between his mistress's chamber and his palace, so she could just fuck in the middle of the night. And then somehow that turned into, well, how would we build said passageways? And then, well, fuck the passageways, let's build a harem room. So
That wouldn't surprise me that he had that in mind at one point or another.
Now I'm reminded of a Patton Oswalt routine where he talks about how he and his wife were looking to move, and the house they were about to go see, they had forgotten it was going to be showed, and so they ended up interrupting an orgy.
Oops. Oh my. As long as the party is included, we'll take it. Yeah.
Well, not that kind of orgy. We're just talking people fucking. We're talking air mattresses all over the floor. People scattering left and right in various stages of undress. But I mean, but the classic orgy does sort of involve a lot of like red wine and grapes and togas and shit.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's.
It sounded like that's what you were describing.
Well, the red wine and grapes kind of loosen you up a little bit for the mattresses on the floor.
Well, yeah, but in this particular case, it just seemed to be fucking.
Okay, then. Oh, my Stool says my butter churning lady dolphins are mighty and are to be feared. Oh,
but we don't know when to fear them. They're invisible.
Yeah.
Although actually an invisible dolphin swimming around would be kind of interesting because you'd see a dolphin-shaped void inside the water. How cool would that be, actually?
Oh my, that would be interesting, to say the least. Oh, I see. Jackson Heathen says the only reason we should give a shit about the Middle East is to keep nuclear weapons out of their hands. Well, it's a little late for that. Although Israel supposedly has had them for quite a while. Other than that, they can all kill each other off, and sometimes sometimes I have the idea that they might as well go and do that and just have the end to it. But then, of course, there's that group of people who are trying to get that done in order to kick off Armageddon. Because
Why
they
are you
think,
so
I
obsessed
was
with
saying that
Armageddon?
when,
I don't get it.
what,
when
hon?
Beatrice said, anyway, go on.
What, hon?
Me? I just
Yeah,
want to know why you're so obsessed with Armageddon. I don't get it.
they are.
Oh yeah, well
Yeah.
they're like, oh, we get to go to heaven now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're
That's
just,
probably just
What do you
it.
mean
They're
they're
like,
gonna
yay,
go?
I want to be raptured and be in God's presence.
Oh, like you have, if you believe what they believe, you have all of eternity to do that. Wouldn't you want to have a little bit of your actual life like left? I don't get that at all.
no, they're not
Well, they
worried about
probably
the earthly life.
yeah, they go, this is eternal bliss. I want eternal bliss, not this what is it, sad veil of tears or whatever the fuck the expression is.
Mm. Hey,
You
Robbie,
know,
hi, how are you?
I mean that's one of the
Yay.
reasons they had to like basically say that suicide is a sin because people were to get to heaven faster.
There you are.
Huh.
Yeah, because
You know,
you would think that they would want to kill themselves off to get to their little cloud nine,
Well,
but then you have that prohibition against
then why doesn't
suicide.
that work with martyrs? Because, like, if you kill yourself
Oh
for
well,
your
that's
God, that's not
oh,
doesn't
but
count.
usually martyrs, well, it depends on the kind of martyr, I guess, but usually they go a little more like Munchausen by proxy with it and
yeah,
getting other people to kill them, where it's like, oh, I didn't commit suicide. I committed suicide by Roman. You
yeah. There
see.
you go.
Suicide by
It's a
Roman.
special pleading in a way, because I mean, not only are you getting somebody else to kill you, but even if you did it yourself for that God of yours, it would be all right. I mean, when I was in grade school, this is the interesting thing. I was in a Catholic school, and we got all that bullshit going on, and they would sing the praises of martyrdom. This is in the mid 1960s, and they're still telling the kids how great it is to be a martyr for the Catholic faith. And it's, what? Really?
I mean, I can understand the idea of sacrifice for others, but this whole like, martyr with a TM at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nah, there's nothing special about being a martyr.
Right, right. Um,
You know, I mean, goodness knows there have been times when I've sacrificed for the greater good or for someone else, but I don't necessarily expect to be like given these amazing honors for it.
yeah, well, that's a good thing because for the most part, you haven't been given any honors, and that sucks. But, oh my.
I think I was watching Homeland a couple months ago, and they kind of, if you've ever seen it, that they'll go into the other side's point of view as well. So talking about suicide bombers and stuff like that. So they have this kind of ISIS like cult that is, they're supposed to blow up this train or whatever, but you get to see the manipulation that
Oh,
the
okay.
people on the top kind of put the person that they decide is going to be the suicide bomber through. They make them seem like they're going to be this hero, and they tell their families that they're going to be taken care of, and they'll be I don't know, it's just really interesting because you can tell it's not because they actually believe it, it's just because they're trying to get something accomplished and they don't want to be the ones to do it themselves. It's you know
Hey, Ox, how you doing,
Well,
honey?
I was actually, I forget how the subject came up. I was talking about this sort of thing with my dad. And I was like thinking about the guy who threw himself to the lions because he thought he was Jesus or some crap, and the lions ate him. you know. And I was also thinking about that monk who had lit himself on fire to protest the war, and all of those sorts of things. And I wondered on occasion if these people, about halfway through whatever was killing them, said to themselves, well, this was a mistake, and I mentioned it to my dad, and he said he didn't know about that, but he had read an article about people who had tried to commit suicide off the Golden Gate Bridge, which happens fairly frequently, apparently. And not very many people survive it. But of the few who did, almost all of them said that about halfway down, they went, what the fuck did I just do? Like all of them almost instantly regretted it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've always
okay.
I've always worried about that. Like, it,
Well,
it,
I will
like if you're
say,
like having that moment when it's like too late, but there ain't shit all you could do about it. But you're like, well, fuck, what did I
yeah,
do?
I
Even if it's just that tiny moment, that's the last thing you're going to have. Your entire life is just regret and fear.
I mean, I will say it is easier to contemplate suicide if you see yourself as having nothing to live for. If you're looking into the future and it's all shit and it's like death anyway, so you might as well quit breathing. I can see where that works. I mean, Eris knows I've been in that position um, recently, and that I can understand. And I don't know if any of those people or how many of those people do have that second thought, on the way down from the bridge, or well, I guess if you shoot yourself in the head, you don't have that much time. It's maybe when you're
Although
about to,
imagine if you did.
yeah. I mean, maybe when you're
You
about
know,
to
I
pull
wonder
the
how many
trigger.
people have tried to commit suicide that way and missed.
Yeah. Uh huh.
And I've been sitting at my window a lot recently because like there's light and air. There's no air in my room anymore either, and I'm 2 stories up because I'm on the second floor, but also the way our house is, the basement is exposed at the back of the house. So and just looking down, like it's not that long, but I know it's long enough to still have that tiny moment of like, you know, I'm gonna land on my face, but it's still. Why did I do this? I totally get that. So
Mm.
imagine having the whole length down from the Golden Gate. That's fucking crazy.
Oh my. Okay, so you've got the exposed basement going as well. We get that here quite a lot. There are quite a few hills here in Pittsburgh, so you will have a 10-foot difference between front and back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Um, what do we have here? Oh, Jackson says, I think the main reason Israel has so much support here in the U.S. Is because of that silly book, since it claims the Jews are God's chosen people. I don't know. That may be part of it.
You
All
having fun, Kate?
Well, I thought my picture should reflect what I'm actually seeing.
there you are. There you are. You go, Blay.
I can see the music.
Oh, Randy asks if anyone else has had their second shot yet. Mine should be coming up next week.
Yeah, a couple of weeks. Like, actually, has it actually been a month already since I had my second shot? Wow.
Sounds about right. Yeah, it
And it
does.
kicked my ass. You have no idea. I've never been more sick in my entire life after I had that shot. I'm glad I did it. Don't get me wrong. Very glad I did it. But I, like, for about 36 hours, could only make the sound. Ugh. So,
Oh,
yeah, it was like the worst flu I've ever had, which makes sense when you think about it. But
Yeah. Yeah.
seriously, yeah.
Blah, blah.
That was Moderna. For those who are curious, the one I got.
That's the one I'll be getting. Yeah. So this,
So,
I was just gonna reserve a week to be on the safe side and just get in the bed and stay there. Make sure that she has that Sylvia has a very large bowl of food and a very large container of water, and maybe put a second litter box out there and let it go.
Well, that's the thing, though, is as I understand it, my reaction was a little idiosyncratic. So,
Okay, okay.
that it was more extreme than most people have experienced. Most people, apparently, a little arm pain, maybe a little tired. Like me getting my ass kicked like I did, not typical. Also, unfortunately, and I think I brought this up on the last show, not an indicator one way or the other of whether that means I will have more or fewer antibodies.
Okay,
Like
yeah.
the severity of your reaction does not indicate how protected you are.
Okay. I can understand how that would work. Yeah.
Yeah, but man, imagine if it did, right? Like imagine if me getting that sick was actually a good thing because it meant my immune system said, "Oh, we're taking care of this shit. All systems go." You know, or it could also mean, "Oh my gosh, I'm so weak. My immune system had to like work extra." It could have gone either way, but it turns out that according to the articles I read, neither one is true. It's just that's how you react, and it doesn't tell you you're more or less protected.
Okay. Yeah, never again mentions her arm did hurt like hell, which is a good reason I'll be asking them to go into my left arm because that's the one that hurts anyway. So,
Yeah, it this the first one didn't hurt that much. The second one, oh my gosh. Like the first one, I felt a little pressure when it went in. The second one, I mean, number one, I think the needle was longer. And it went in deeper into the meat. But number two, it was just like the muscle immediately said clench.
okay.
So,
Oh my. Well, the way I'm looking at it, at least I'll do that and I'll have it over and maybe I'll be able to get out and about a little bit more. Um, a lot
well,
depends
it's
on what the Reds here in Pennsylvania.
it is. Sorry, you keep having these
Well,
long ass pauses.
mostly the Blues, come to think of it, and I'm not belittling them as far as that goes. I mean, there's still pushing for things to be not as open as the Reds want them open. But
The frick are you talking about now? I thought the Reds were the Cincinnati Reds, actually, with you and your baseball obsession. But okay,
no, the
no,
Dems and the
it's just
Republicans. Yeah,
well, it's just like really nice to be able to get out and walk around more. Like I didn't realize how much that mask was restricting my breathing, right?
that amazed me.
Until I started walking around with the mask down here until I encountered other people. Like between here and the dispensary, there's very few people, so it's great to just pull the mask down. And like on the way back, it's this huge hill, and I was walking up it just. And then I took the mask down after I'd gotten the second shot and was like, oh, I've been doing this to myself.
Oh my.
I thought I was just that out of shape. It turns out, no, Kate, it was the mask.
Randy mentions that he passed out when he got shot number 2.
Was it like an allergic reaction or?
I don't see a reason yet. Monica Man says, I just had mine today. I passed out, was told not to work anymore when I got up. Okay, then, if you want to go in a little bit more detail there, Randy, we can do that. But, well, that's the interesting thing. Things changed a lot over my lifetime. There was the point where I would pass out if something was injected into me, but not when something was taken out of me by a syringe. And then I got to the point where, yeah, it was odd, very. And then that actually got better, where nothing happened either injecting or withdrawing. I don't know if anything's going to be left over for the second jab. We'll see. And,
well, I don't know. Like, I never in my entire life passed out until I started having those seizures. That was the first time in my life I had ever fainted or went unconscious when I wasn't trying to go to sleep or any of that.
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I just never had the opportunity to go unconscious.
Not even when Steve McRae was around.
No.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that guy. Oh, don't get me started on Steve McFucking Cray. Oh,
I'm such an arsehole, I know.
oh, I hate that guy. He's
Called me a
such
geologist.
Say again,
what?
hon?
Called me a geologist.
Call you a geologist?
I said he called me a geologist.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Why is that? What? I lack context.
I'm a climate scientist.
Oh, oh, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, I
That's a
didn't.
very Sheldon thing to do.
I didn't think that Amanda had anything against geologists. I mean, per se.
No, just
In fact, when you think about it, geologists rock.
Uh huh. There you go. One of my favorite people is a geologist up in Central Washington, a man by the name of Nick Zentner. And if anybody wants to subscribe to him on YouTube, please feel free to do so. But
my brother, his master's was in geology, actually. But
okay,
no,
then.
geology is only one of the disciplines you have to learn for climate science, so it's just kind of rude. That's all. It made me
I
mad.
don't even really know what geologists do.
Teach geology.
That's
No.
it. But okay. So they teach geology to the next people who are going to teach geology. I mean, like I can
No,
only
it-
imagine
They do other things. You have to work with, like, when you're building stuff, having to figure out what kind of rock you're going to have to build upon. There's a lot of different reasons, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just, yeah. It's not
So
the
it
most
seems-
thrilling career in the world, though. It's for sure.
it just seems like it's unlikely for them to find anything new.
Well,
Like, discover a new type of rock.
I
yeah.
guess, but I mean, how often does that happen? How many rocks have we not discovered yet?
Who can
Well,
tell?
I mean, there's three basic types of rocks, and then uh, each of those have their own subcategories. So you have like igneous rocks, and then you'd have specific rocks within that. I don't think that they've discovered anything new in a long time. No.
And
I've
then,
always liked the word igneous. There's just something fun to say about it. I don't know.
and then too, if anybody remembers the YouTuber Claire, Wildwood
Wildwood
Claire,
Claire, yeah.
she was a or I guess still is a petroleum geologist, and she would analyze drill cores to give you an idea of whether or not you were going to find any
Yeah.
petroleum down there.
I have to admit, she's one of the ones where I was like disappointed because I started watching her for the atheism content and then she slowly morphed. But now I'm kind of I gotta eat those words because look at what I've done.
Well, what are you going to do? But
Yeah.
yeah, I had a massive crush on her too, but that's another story entirely.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm starting to wonder who you don't like.
I was just thinking.
Well, I'm rather selective when it comes to that. I mean, there's somebody I could name who's at the top of my list, definitely, and
No, but what I said is who you don't like. Because, well, let's face it, when you look at the spectrum of people, Claire and I aren't that close.
well, you do have your differences, yes.
This is what I'm saying. So, I mean, I'm trying to bridge the gap. And I'm trying to wonder, like, who gets excluded if the range of what you like is that wide.
Well, it helps in getting excluded if you are a total arse, and that's a few out there. Let's face it.
Oh, okay, but do you have any categories?
I don't know if I'm the category type person. In other words, I really cannot say that I'm attracted to blondes or I'm attracted to a certain body type or
Well,
that sort of thing.
I know for myself there are certain hairstyles where I see
Nah,
them and I'm like, ooh, humana, humana, humana. And
I,
others
I
where I'm like, why would you do that?
I like chicks with tattoos. Like even my porn preferences go that way.
okay.
Yes, I've noticed your beautiful tattoos, Kate. So
But
I guess
but
if you're gonna go with categories, that might I don't know. That's the only one I can really think of. But intellect, like I think a
Well,
person's
there,
intelligence is the most important thing to me, probably more
yeah.
than anything.
As far as I'm,
I have
hmm?
well, I have to get over this obsession I have with punk chicks. That's just, I'm realizing in any relationship, I have to be the bad girl. I have to be the floor below which no one else can go as far as niceness. Because anyone else that I've ever gone with, who gives off that bad girl vibe, turns out to actually be a bad girl. And, well, it doesn't go well. So
There
I
you
have to be the
go.
bad one in any relationship. I have to be the unwholesome one.
Okay, then.
I get that too. Yeah, no, I get that.
Now, I will say, yeah. Now that we speak of it, I think I would rate intellect as a number one category. If I can't hold a decent conversation with you, I'm not all that interested.
Yeah,
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 there is that. Although, also, yeah, sometimes opposites attract.
Well, I've tried that more than once, and it just never worked out.
yeah. I'm not the I like I can't with the intellect. I can't date someone stupid. Really don't think I could be with a Republican. To be honest with you,
There you
Wow,
go.
they're
Yeah.
stupid and they're stupid. Come on.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, there's 2 + 2 = 3, and then there's Trump was a great guy. They're not the same kind of stupid.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, as I there are certain deal breakers, I have to say. Um, I don't know. Some of them aren't very charitable. I'm sorry if your native language is French. There's a very good chance that I'm gonna say no. Uh, but I don't know.
Oh my.
See,
Yeah.
I don't like dating short guys, but I like the women I date to be shorter than me. Is that weird?
Not necessarily, really.
Like if you're
Um,
talking about uncharitable things, like that really doesn't matter. But if we're gonna go with like picky preferences, so
Mm. Liking country music is a deal breaker.
oh,
okay. Yeah. Uh huh.
I
that's
mean, let's
terrible.
face it, the only country music I've ever liked is country music that's been covered as punk.
Hmm.
Okay.
So, or Weird Al, but that's another story.
Okay then.
The
Okay.
only we used to listen to that "Friends in Low Places" song
Oh, I
at
know the
the
one you're
at the
talking
bowling
about.
alley when I was little. For some reason, it
Yeah.
was the only one I could ever like tolerate from country. So
Mm. Well, I've certainly described the neighborhood that I moved to when I was 5 before all of the yuppies moved in. It was just wall to wall rednecks, and like not the working class folks who are cashiers, more like the working class folks who work in factories types, right?
Uh huh.
And all the tailgate parties and everything, and the fights that never quite had to be broken up by the cops, but punches were thrown, that kind of.
Okay.
Uh, it was an interesting neighborhood. Yeah, and that's a kind of stupid I would not want to be part of.
Yeah.
I think somebody got under Robbie's skin.
I think so, just a little. Yeah,
But I
yeah.
will say, very, very close to the top, turn me off and send me running the other way. Steelers fans, which is about every female in Pittsburgh, unfortunately.
Well,
Um,
that's another one. I've never actually dated like a woman who's a sports fan. That's
oh
never been a
man,
thing.
they all think they have to be around here, and it's unfortunate.
Mhm. I have to admit there is something hot about, the otherwise undressed chick walking around in a sports jersey that goes down to her thighs.
Oh,
With no
okay.
no pants on. Yeah.
That's like, yeah. And I don't know. Do we have any fans of The Big Bang Theory here? Because I got to tell you, when Penny cut her hair short, I melted.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying, like, oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know what it is about like pixie cuts and bobs, but they totally do it for me.
And I like the longer hair better. I've never been a big fan of short hair on women, but and then you see, yeah, I guess short hair and every like Angel's got this super long hair now too. So
Okay then. Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
long hair.
I want to grow this down to my ass. That'd be nice.
I don't know
I've
why
had my
you.
hair that long. I actually had it. It wasn't. It was like a year ago. I asked my mother to just trim a couple inches off the bottom, and she took over a foot off of my hair.
Oh, I've had
So
that done to me. Oh God,
yeah,
I was so pissed off. Yeah.
See, I would be very specific. Just hearing these stories, I'd be like, okay, if you cut off, this is a point of no return. You cut this off, and you're going to be the late barber or hairstylist, if you
Hmm.
understand. So yeah,
And this is why I don't go anywhere near a hairstylist or anything like that because I know I'm going to get an argument. And okay, let's face it, kids. I'm trans. I need all the visual cues I can get. You know, really, when you come down to it. And I know what I look like when the hair is cut too short because it has been cut too short, and I tend to look like a damn guy. And it's like, no, we're not going to have that. Sorry.
your hair is beautiful anyway. So
Well, I'd like it a little thicker, but yeah, Kate and I were talking about that before airtime. I mean, my hair
yeah.
used to be extremely thick.
Well, hold on, stop, because this confused me too. You don't mean thick as in bushy. You mean thick as in the strands actually had heft to them.
Well, no, when I was younger, it was a lot bushier.
Well, okay, but remember, backstage before we started in the green room,
Yes.
when you said your hair was getting thin, I had to ask you to clarify, and you did mean it was getting finer.
Yeah, I did use the incorrect word, really. My hair is getting finer as I'm getting older, and unfortunately, that seems to mean that it tangles a lot more easily than it used to.
Yeah, well, try being born with frizzy ass hair like mine. I mean, what you're seeing here right now, that's a lot of chemicals doing all that heavy lifting, people. If I let my hair do what it wants to, I'd look like Weird Al Yankovic, okay? And hell, I have those old pictures of me as a baby before I was like murdering my hair. I can bring it up. You can
Oh,
see what
we've
my hair is
seen.
like
Yeah.
naturally. Well, yeah, but maybe not everyone has. Let me get it. Where the hell is the Kate toddler section of this folder here? Because I do have. Yeah, it's true. I used to toddle people. I used to be a toddler. I toddled. All right, here we go. A window,
Alrighty.
bad boy, and go.
Boom.
This is what Kate's hair looks like if it does what it wants to. Okay, we are talking full on Jufro here, people. All right. Look at that.
There.
That is Kate Fur.
That's the one I want to clip out and expand and frame on the wall right there.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, Grandma. I'm sorry, but that was my Grandma Gigi's favorite photo. So,
Oh, okay then. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, it was amazing though. During the fundraising marathon, there was an hour's piece, if you will, and some of us in that piece sort of continued a discussion on our own as the rest of the fundraiser went on, and it was humbling to think that I could be grandmother to everyone in that damn room. Uh, well,
Oh,
not quite.
Not me.
Not quite.
Wait,
No,
was I in that
you
room?
were not there at the time.
Okay.
There was Sam. There was
Yeah.
the new kid. I can't remember what his name was. The Brain Bug's friend.
Brain bugs.
Was
from-
that wait? Was that Brain Bug that was running that thing, or who was that? The British Conservative.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I
Yeah,
don't
no,
remember what
yeah, I
that
couldn't
was.
be his grandmother because he was 35. But
You know, I was never into the new kids. Not my kind of music.
Okay, okay. But yeah, it was quite humbling.
Is Kate stuck or is that just my computer?
Oh, sorry. I covered over the browser window with another window. Just give me a sec here.
Okay.
It
Crazy.
happens. Yeah, but one of the shots that I was rendering finished, and it's looking really good, so I had to add it in the editor to the yeah.
Okay, okay. That's one of the amazing advantages of Windows, by the way. But
Yeah. No, it looks really good. Basically, I have this one character who has his own bar that's built into an asteroid, and he is like he goes all Willy Wonka on the main characters about how much he loves it.
okay.
Right? Like here, let me I don't have it in actual animated form right now. I only have it as still frames. So this will not be 30 FPS, but here, take a look.
Alrighty.
Wow, Kate.
My
He's doing air guitar. He's totally air guitar.
with all those hand
And I
gestures.
just I just noticed that some of the cloth like it and the arm is popping through. It's I gotta redo. You see that right there? I gotta redo that.
Okay
Shit.
then.
No, that's just. Are you sure that's not just a shadow?
No, that is not a shadow.
Okay.
It's the wrong color to be a shadow.
That looks.
That is definitely his arm poking through.
With all
that
those
looks
Oh,
really good, Kate.
I can fix it. I can fix it.
with all those hand gestures, he's looking like a Catholic priest.
Well, he's doing this like okay, the main characters they ask him, what is this place? We stumbled across it by accident. And he says, This is my den of delight and diversion, my palace of pure pleasure, a beautiful beacon of breathtaking bliss. Welcome, friends, to paradise. Like that. And so he's just doing this sort of like Willy Wonka-esque, welcome to my world kind of bullshit. This is what he was doing.
Okay then. Oh,
Yeah.
My. Love
And
some-
if you've got me on the tweeters, there is a frame of that up where he's doing the Bill and Ted
Yep,
thing. Be excellent to each other. Yeah. So this is the fun I'm having with animating. This is why I say I love my job right now. I've never been happier than I am working on these animated projects.
Okay then. Well, that's a good thing. A happy Kate is
Yeah.
a happy Kate. Oh my. Was Xander up to something? Were you saying something?
No, actually, Columbia was yawning, but the thing is, when she yawns, she pulls her face back in a way that makes it look like she wants to murder you.
Oh,
In
well.
fact, she looks like okay, I'm not into Tim Burton's movies, but you remember in Beetlejuice, one of them, I think it was Gina Davis, pulled her face out like that, and it almost looked like she had a beak and great big
Oh, I
like
think I
strips
know
Yeah,
of
that was
that
eyes.
one.
Beetlejuice.
I
Well,
think I know the one.
Columbia kind of looks like that a little bit when she yawns.
Okay, then.
So, like, let me see. I've got a picture of it here somewhere. Where's the
Miff
one where
and
she's
beef.
yawning? There it is. Okay. Let me present now. Windows and there. That is Columbia yawning in Seattle, but it kind of looks like she wants to go for your jugular, doesn't it?
Just a little bit. Yeah.
So that's what I was looking at. And it wasn't Xander being up to shenanigans. He's lying in Columbia's usual spot in the kitchen. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Oh, my. That is an interesting view that you had out of your window.
Oh, it was an amazing view. Sometimes I think I left Seattle a little too early. A lot of like really exciting shit has happened in that city since I left. In fact, hell, maybe the city is cursed without me and I have to live there to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you were on top of that autonomous zone, weren't you?
Oh, well, just barely outside of it, but yeah. But number one, for those who don't realize, Chaz, okay, Chop, as they wanted to call it later, but Chaz was not that big. It really wasn't. It was
Right.
like a couple of city blocks, and most of it was part of a park, right? So it was not like they took over this huge swath of the city. It's minuscule what they took over. But I mean, like where I was living, where that view is, I mean, it was a good 10, 20 blocks away from Chaz. So, I mean, I wouldn't even have smelled the tear gas really.
Uh huh. Okay.
Yeah, or the pepper spray rather. But it would have been interesting to walk around and see what was up, you know?
Hmm. Well, as long as you didn't get blasted in the face with that damn pepper spray, yeah.
Yeah, but it would have made for some interesting YouTube, let's face it.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, they were rather indiscriminate with that.
Yeah. I was like just blown away by what I saw on video from Seattle at one point, and I think I may have mentioned this before, where like they were protesting on I-5, and some dude decided to drive straight through the protesters.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what struck me more than anything else, because it was really far away, you couldn't see much of anything except cars and bodies. But what really struck me was how much it looked just like something out of Grand Theft Auto. Like that
Oh,
video game, the way it makes people fly around when you drive into them in the game,
yeah.
it looked just like it in real life. And that kind of gave me pause, I have to say. It made me stop and go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think this guy was inspired by GTA, but if GTA is that realistic, I was so conflicted because on the one hand, I don't like censorship. On the other hand, it gave me a little bit of a hinky feeling that it was that close to real life.
Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And unfortunately, I mean, the impression I'm getting, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, and I hope I
Okay,
am,
done.
but we're getting more and more of this as far as I can see it, and the U.S. is devolving into a state of war almost.
Well, I mean, we've had how many shootings in the last how many days? I think it's been 4 for 4 the last week
Okay,
of
okay.
shootings. You know, it's getting insane. And well, gee, but my rights, my Second Amendment, it doesn't matter how many people get killed as long as I have my bang bang, yeehaw.
Yeah. And I think I do remember at least one of the days recently there were multiple killings, multiple shootings in a particular day. And it's like, where are these people justifying it? I don't get what's going on in those heads of theirs, if anything is going on in their heads at all.
Well, given how many of them commit suicide afterward, I think most of them realized exactly what they were doing. They knew the price and they decided to pay a different one.
Okay, okay.
Because, I mean, well, let's face it, I don't want to go to jail, and I certainly don't want to go to jail for decades. If I ever instigated one of those damn shootings, I'd probably do myself in at the end of it, too. It's just for the best that I really don't like guns outside of fiction. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well,
I find them quite abhorrent, actually. I think if you are going to kill somebody, you should get right up in their face and challenge them to a duel.
okay then. Yeah. Um, I'm trying to remember where I was going to go with this. Oh, the thing is then, I have to wonder, the people who go and kill and then kill themselves in order to escape justice, if you want to call it that. Um, mostly these people are selfish enough that I would think that they would have the second thoughts before going out on their rampages. Or is it that killing the enemy is that important to them?
Well, it could be in no way rational. It could just be rage. I mean,
Mm,
goodness knows there have been times where I was so angry I didn't quite realize what the hell I was doing. It never involved like anything horrible or lethal. It usually involved just throwing something breakable, like in a moment of passion. So it could be that where just the lizard brain took over.
okay, okay.
And then, like, at the end of it, they're too far gone and they know it.
Mm,
They've cooled off. They realize what they've done, the gravity of it, and they can't deal with it. It might not even necessarily be the punishment. It might just be the guilt.
okay, okay.
So, I mean, I don't think we can cookie cutter any of this. I mean, there's so many possibilities, including the ones we haven't thought of.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't
Oh,
know.
I just.
Not to say there isn't a pattern. A lot of these shootings and these shooters, they tend to be similar in in many ways.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, you don't see a lot of like mass shootings coming out of the upper middle class, do you?
Not all that many. That is true.
You might see like a murder suicide of like, a jilted lover, but you rarely see someone taking out a birthday party.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
So, I mean, again, they do tend to have something in common. A lot of them tend to be right wing. Many of them radicalized in the way that you know about from the alt
Yes,
right playbook.
yes.
A lot of lone wolves. Just there's definitely a Venn diagram that can be fairly easily drawn, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and yeah, this was a couple minutes ago from Mage. He said, "Yeah, Florida allows you to run over protesters. Isn't that
Hmm.
wonderful? You've got it
I mean,
like
like the stated aim was to reduce the number of protests. In other words, it's specifically to quash free speech.
yeah,
That's the whole point of the law.
yeah. You guys in Florida, I don't know. What's the word for it? I feel for you guys. It's got to be absolute shit living there now. Um, Not that it was any good previous to this, but um,
Well, I don't know. I mean, the few times I visited my grandparents down there, it was nice enough. And Disney, Epcot,
no,
you know,
okay, okay.
it's not that bad. And I mean, I did go to Fort Lauderdale once, but it wasn't spring break.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah.
I have to run. There's some yelling, so I should go.
Oh, okay.
But
Well,
I'll
take care of
talk
yourself,
to you
please,
guys
honey,
later. I
and
will.
talk to you.
Love you. Bye,
Yeah.
guys.
Love you,
Party
amazing
on.
lady. Oh my.
Yeah.
Soon it's going to be over. Now, Tria says, honestly, I don't want to live here anymore.
Well,
Um,
neither do I really.
okay. She says, oh, it was decent ish. Problem is, we're so close to 50-50. Yeah, Democrat, Republican. Um, what did Jack?
Oh, when you say you don't want to live here anymore, I thought you meant the U.S., not Florida. Okay, okay. My bad. I misunderstood.
Okay. Well, I'm one who's not sure she wants to live in the U.S. anymore, but where else is she going to go? But Jackson says something. Let's see.
Oh,
If you're mad at the world and ready to die yourself, then it's not a stretch to imagine wanting to take a lot of people with you. Easy access to guns only makes it easier. Yeah,
hmm.
yeah, you got a point there. Absolutely.
You
Um,
know, and this is only tangentially related, but it's been bugging me. Um,
mm,
you know that cyberpunk game that I was like so looking forward to, and then turned out to be a bit of a dumpster fire when it was released.
right.
There's a scene in there where you go to a bar, and the bartender serves you a drink. And calls it the Johnny Silverhand. Now, Johnny Silverhand is like a legendary dude who like died in this nuclear explosion 20 years before, right? Um, and I'm like totally seeing the trope coming where the main character says, "What do you have to do to get a drink named after you?" And there was no dialogue option to say, "Oh, this is one of those things where to get a drink named after you, you have to be dead, isn't it?" Like there was no way for the character to have a damn clue, even though the audience has seen this trope 1,000 times.
Okay.
It would have been nice to have had that dialogue option to say, "Oh, you have to die to get that honor, don't you?"
Yeah, okay. Well, Tria says she can theoretically move out of Florida, but not the U.S. The problem with that, though, is Hufflepuff, right? Her sister.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw the look on your face, and it was like, what's she talking about? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, because she's her sister's caretaker and stuff like that. And, yeah.
Well, yeah. I don't know. Like, I probably have an option. Like, my parents have dual citizenship now. So I probably have an in to move to Mexico if I want to, but I don't think I'd want to live in Oaxaca.
Okay.
Well, I've gone into Google Earth and I've seen what Oaxaca looks like on a street level, and it's a little third worldy.
I was thinking that may be the way it would work. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But if I desperately needed like to move to another country, I might have an in because my parents have citizenship.
yeah, it is indeed possible.
It does seem weird to flee the US to Mexico,
Yes, it
but
does, doesn't it? Oh my word. I know.
yeah, speaking of which, I have to feed the kitties. I'll be right back.
Oh yay. Yeah, as far as things I'd been thinking about and stuff like that, I had considered trying to run away to Canada. No, it is a bit cold, and I don't do too well with cold, but I suppose I could put up with it if I had to. But of course, they want things that I don't have and things I am not. Um my understanding is they don't want you if you're poor. They don't necessarily want you if you're not healthy. I've had some friends who were denied permanent residency because their daughter, or so the story goes, their daughter uh, is Down syndrome. Um, and I'm old, but I guess I'm pretty much stuck in the U.S. Unfortunately.
Xander. Eat, buddy.
Yeah, Jackson, definitely. If you had the resources, that opens a few more doors. Um,
Ah, Xander is the only cat I've ever had to convince to eat.
I don't know what is anorexic kitty over there or something, or what's going on.
I think he's also a little scared of Columbia.
Okay.
So there's that. Ah,
Oh,
Hades! It lost all my settings.
oh no. Let me
All right,
send
hold
my.
on. You know what I have to do.
Okay, she's out and coming back. All right,
Booyah!
we doing
Crowd
a
goes
little. We
wild.
doing a little better here.
Little better.
Yay! I like it. I like it.
And I have the crunching munchies because you've seen me. I've been partaking.
Dayu
So,
korostu. Yes.
yarp.
Oh my! I don't have any snacks around here, and well, actually, I kind of do, but it takes a little bit of work. I don't
The
have.
heck is a sun canoer mage?
Oh, a conure. Birdie.
Now,
Birdie.
oh, mm, I don't know.
Rachel.
Looking at the relative merits of each, I think I'd prefer New Zealand to Australia.
Yeah, you might have a point there.
But I wouldn't turn Australia down.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus, I would love to have either accent. Huh. I have noticed the longer I'm around people with a certain accent, the more I pick it up just by osmosis. So
Okay.
I figure if I went deep end into New Zealand for like a year or two, I'd sound a little Kiwi by the end of it.
There you are. I used to do a pretty good Aussie, and I've lost it. It's been a long time since I could do that.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long time since you lost it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Been about 63 years since I lost it.
Oh, kitty.
Oh my! Jackson added a sweet 4-year-old calico. Alrighty, yay! I love calicos.
Mm.
I really do. What would be so great to have, or be had by? Let's put it that way. You don't have a cat. A cat has you. Um, is a male calico, just for the genetic anomaly.
Those are rare, aren't they?
Yes, because they have Klinefelter syndrome,
Hmm.
so they actually have two copies of the X along with the Y.
Because.
Hmm?
Because.
Third base.
Oh, you said along with the Y, and
Yep. Oh my kitty.
there's that picture.
Uh-oh. What do
It's
we have?
well, it's a picture of Xander, and had he not, after I took this picture, peed on the green screen, it would have been very adorable. But he
Aw.
did indeed decide it was his latrine.
Oh, jeez. Okay, then. Yeah.
Mm.
I
But it's
just don't
otherwise a
know.
very adorable pic.
Indeed.
Mm.
Oh my, Rachel says I have two kittens that the mother abandoned, so I'm bottle raising them. One calico and one orange tiger. Had the intentions of raising them and finding them homes, but I'm already in love with them. Doesn't that always work that way? Um, that was where my ex and I got one of our kitties. Um, a coworker of hers found um, Winston's mother under a pallet at Lowe's, the big box place, and bottle raised that kitten, and I guess the timing wasn't quite right, and the kitten didn't get fixed quickly enough to not have a litter, because and as soon as she delivered of the kittens, which included Winston, yeah, that was taken care of. But that's how we ended up with little Winston, and I miss him. He's the gay cat that I've spoken of more than once. The only gay cat I've ever known.
Well, and yet he still liked pussy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, Sunday, that kitten that my parents got, and like her legs were damaged in some fashion.
Oh,
And she
yeah.
couldn't really walk. Yeah, they did end up giving her up. They gave her to a place that takes care of special needs cats like that.
Aw.
They know better what to do. Like my dad was constantly having to like clean up her leavings, and she would often pee right in his hands and stuff. It was really gross, and they didn't know how to take care of her for the future.
Okay.
And so they found like a shelter that takes in special needs. It's a no-kill shelter, so there's that.
Well, okay.
Um,
At least it was that
yeah,
good
but
thing.
my dad had grown so attached, and he totally broke down when they gave her away. So,
Mm, damn it.
yeah.
But yeah, that's my ex took in a special needs kitty, and I wouldn't have thought she had it in her, but then again, um Ariel became special needs when her kidneys went bye bye, and Melody took very good care of her. So I guess there's some good in there somewhere. So
Hmm.
okay, just not toward humans.
So this was just a very lucky flash. Columbia's eyes don't actually glow like that. This isn't Photoshop. I just the phone's flash went off and it reflected just right to get this image of my cat trying to control my brain.
So she does not have laser vision.
She does not. She is not one of the children of the damned. She is just a kitty with very reflective retinas.
Oh my. Okay then.
But you got to admit that does look a little evil.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my. I haven't seen this one's eyes glow too often. The lighting conditions haven't been that way very often. But oh well. And then just try to take a picture of her anyway. She's the one you find her in a cute position or a cute whatever. You reach for the camera, and she knows you're reaching for the camera, so it's like, no, you're not going to take a picture of me this way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my cats, both of them will do that out of a deep ass sleep.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Like Xander will be over there on his little chair thingy, and I will like go for the camera, and he's up and walking around as soon as like somehow he knows that despite all the moving around I've been doing, the camera reach is the most distinctive sound a cat has ever heard out of a larger creature's movements.
Yes.
Apparently,
Apparently. I
I
don't know. And I've even taken to going into the bedroom with the camera. I'll reach for it and I'll take it back there, and everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'll hit the shutter release halfway to flip the flash open, because that'll get her every time. And then I'll come back out, and she's still asleep or doing whatever she's doing. But as soon as I raise that camera to where I'm looking through the viewfinder, there she goes. And it's like, damn you.
like the only thing that ever made me come even remotely close to thinking that psychics may be real is cats.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
Because
man.
they know things they shouldn't know, couldn't know. I just although also sometimes they're a little on the stupid side. Like I could crinkle the package of Crunch and Munch right there, and they'd come running thinking it was kitty treats, even though they haven't had kitty treats in a crinkly package in more than a year.
Alrighty then.
So maybe not the sharpest bulb in the drawer, you know.
Oh, that's interesting, Skeptic Mafia. I've been wondering for a few years. Would it be wrong to say a trans woman is a person born with a boy's body and a girl's brain? Well, that's one way to explain it. It does kind of get the point across, but I'm thinking personally that it really doesn't encompass everything.
Maybe instead of brain, it should say mind.
Okay, that's a possibility.
Well, it's just because I don't know. Is there something different in a trans person's brain versus a cis person of the same phenotype?
Yes, there is. I mean,
Well, then
physically,
maybe,
there is
well,
something different. Yeah.
is it similar to like the cis opposite brain, or
Yeah.
is it just different?
Um, uh, some of the papers that were out early on, and then they had the wonderful photomicrographs. There are a couple areas in the brain called the sexually dimorphic nuclei. I mean, the boys have them, the girls have them, but they are called sexually dimorphic because the boys' areas do not look like the girls' areas. You know, there are differences. But with the trans folks, the trans women, you know, the people everybody thinks were boys, but they're really girls, that nuclei looks like the cis girls' nucleus, and the trans man's nucleus looks more like the cis man's nucleus.
So they're not looking like unique, their own type things. Like they're not a separate category then.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
it's sort of in between. It's on a spectrum, but
Hmm.
it's resembling the other's piece of the brain. Yeah.
Okay. Wacky. All right. Uh. All right. Hmm.
Mm,
Wonder what causes that anyway.
I don't know. I could imagine that there would be quite a few things, because let's face it, the people who don't like people like me go on about chromosomes are everything, and they're really not, because it goes finer than that. It goes down to the genes on the various chromosomes. And there are, for example, uh, genes that live on the X chromosomes that play a part in maleness, and there are genes on the Y chromosome that take part in femaleness. So there are so many of these that it's difficult to narrow it down to any one. It's all
Oh,
in the way they all work together.
but the thing is, it might not even necessarily be genetic. There could be some outside component too. You know, some
Possibly.
like mommy ate this, mommy smoked that, or hell,
Well,
maybe
yeah.
daddy's sperm were damaged in this fashion. I don't know. It's who knows? It's just it doesn't necessarily have to be genetic even.
I remember when I was in my neuroendocrinology class, second time at school, we read a paper on DES girls. Um, okay,
DES.
yeah, their mothers had taken a drug called diethylstilbestrol,
Uh,
and it alleviated one of the deleterious side effects of pregnancy. I think it alleviated nausea or something like that. But it was found later when these the girls born to these women matured that they were bestowed a more male phenotype than those who had not being exposed to that drug. So yeah, I mean, what you're saying about environment, there could definitely be a connection. It's just in finding all of the connections because there could be so many.
Yeah. Well, I mean, who knows? It's probably for the best. I have no intention of reproducing because goodness knows whatever the hell weird ass horror hell spawn would result. Although, I mean, it's, eh, yeah. Plus,
Oh,
the idea of pregnancy is a little, well, pregnancy sounds bad. It's the birth that makes me go, no.
uh-huh.
We really need like some sort of uterine replicator vat thing like they have in some of the sci-fi I read where you can have the thing fertilized and gestated in this machine here, and you go and decant the thing when it's time to be born, and now you have a baby.
There you go. And it'd be kind of interesting like they did in Logan's Run, where the mother is anonymous and you only know who the father is, but it's another story entirely.
Seems a strange way to do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't get the whole ancestry nonsense anyway. I mean, short of preventing inbreeding, what's it good for?
No, wait a minute. One more time?
I don't really get why we have such a fetish for ancestry in this world. Like,
Okay,
short
okay.
of preventing inbreeding, what's it good for?
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, yeah.
I know. I mean, it's just, but there's that whole, oh, we must continue the family name down the male line so we can
Oh,
trace our
Jesus.
lineage back to the old country and blah de blah de blah. Like I'm glad you have a hobby, but it's getting closer to psychosis.
Oh, man, I got that one too. I mean, this was before I came out to the Slimy Bastards. Um, but I got it from her. When my sister died, it was, well, you're the last one. And it's, yeah, but I'm not having any kids, and I'm not having any kids. But it's all about continuing that name. Now, I know there were not that many people that had that name, at least in the U.S. The main, the main reason, or one of the reasons anyway, the two main reasons I took on the name Clarion was that there were maybe dozens of arcades in the country, and God, it would be so easy to identify me before I was ready to be identified.
Well, I have this one uncle. It's the right wing one that I've
Oh
kind of
my
cut out of my
word!
life.
Uh,
Who like desperately wants the family name to continue for some reason. And no one in my family has the same last name. My mom kept hers, and my last name. I was raised by hippies. You get it.
yeah.
And so there are two. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, no, there's one male relative with that last name now. He is the only one who might ever carry it on.
Oh
Because
my.
my cousin Adam, when he got married to his husband, they chose a new last name as well. They
Oh, so
decided
they
to go
both
with Gray.
changed the name.
They did. They changed
Okay.
it to Gray, right? And so now there's just my cousin James. He's the only one who might carry on that 11-letter Italian clunker of a name. And I think Uncle Eddie's a little freaked about it.
Oh my, oh my. Oh, that's the other thing. I was talking about that conversation that went on during the fundraiser, and one of the people in that fundraiser is the second person, only the second person I've known with your surname.
Mine?
Yeah.
Far?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yep. FAHR.
why did you not like get the contact info and
I've
introduce us?
I've got his email address. So
Okay.
yeah, I'll
Because
have to.
that's I actually met a guy once named Chris Furr, Fuhr, and that was we were both like, yeah, there's no way. I mean, number one, you're Asian and mine's Elvish, so you know. And so, never mind the wacky ass vowel, that doesn't mix. We're clearly not connected in any way. So,
There you
I mean, it
go.
is ironic because Asian is the one thing I don't have in my ancestry. And that's a bad thing. I regret that. How cool would it be to have those epicanthic folds? I mean, that would be fucking
Uh,
awesome. So it's like I got nothing against like Far East Asian folks. I wish you were part of me, my genetic makeup. That'd be awesome. But I'm just not one, and he was. So, and you know what?
uh,
He probably still is, even.
say again.
He probably still is
Oh, okay. Moof beef.
Asian. I,
Probably, yeah.
I,
Unless there was some sort of metamorphosis going on and they became Polynesian. I don't know.
yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Oh my.
Imagine, like, Polly's knees. That seems like a weird thing to name a place.
There you go. And yeah, Tria says my Mormon cousins took care of passing on the family name. That is
No,
so
probably more than took care of
yeah,
it.
that's so very unfortunate where you're basically forced into reproducing, because God or some shit like that. I don't know. And
But skeptic, like, other organs do get messed up. I do have a friend from Seattle with the, like, what was it, XXY, I guess.
oh,
Yeah,
okay. That's Kleinfelter's. Yeah.
yeah, that'll fuck up your nads.
Mm-hmm. And
So I
and
mean,
quite a few
it
other
does
things
happen.
too.
Well, regardless, the point being that I mean, I can't speak about the other stuff. I just know that the physical structure can happen too.
Mm-hmm. And then, well, as far as getting reproductive organs messed up and everything else, everybody in this room knows that Jesus was a woman with Turner's syndrome, right? Um,
What?
yeah, Jesus, the biblical Jesus was allegedly the result of a virgin birth. So Jesus was haploid, and
What? See, you're throwing around terms I don't know.
okay, Jesus had only one half
No,
of the chromosomes,
sure.
and that came
But what
from
was the thing you said? The something syndrome, Turner syndrome. What
Turner
the hell is
syndrome.
Turner?
That results from a girl having only half of the chromosomal material that a woman is supposed to have.
And
Uh,
it is what
it's
though?
it's
What
only
is
it's only
Turner's?
it's only one X instead of two X's, and many
That
things.
presents as
Short stature. I believe there's mild developmental problems, like intellectually and physically, and quite a few things go south.
and this was Jesus
Because
because
he was the result of a virgin birth.
and so he was a woman.
Yeah, with Turner syndrome.
Okay, but wouldn't he have presented as a dude though?
Yeah, this is where the Bible is sort of screwed up, isn't
Well, either that or Turner syndrome had nothing to do with this.
it?
I mean, I think it's more likely these people just made shit up.
Oh yeah, I definitely. I mean, I'm just going back in time and telling these people in antiquity why they couldn't have what they thought they had.
Well, I don't know. It's Yeah.
Oh my.
Humans are strange.
Yes, absolutely.
Very
Mage
strange.
says there might be a bit of Chinese in me to a small degree. You are Chinese if you please. You are
Right.
Chinese if you don't
Yeah.
please.
I don't know. There's definitely not a bit of Chinese in me at all, but there is a bit of crunch and munch.
Oh, yeah. I miss, there used to be quite a bit of Chinese in me. I used to go to that buffet all the time. And unfortunately, with the pandemic, I haven't been able to go there. And now I just don't eat as much as I used to. And a Chinese buffet might not be worth the $10 or the $11 that they want for me to sit down and eat.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I like the there's a place around here called the Corner Cafe, and they do the pork fried rice the way I like it, and it's significantly more. It's like probably after tip about 14-15 bucks, but it's worth it, and
Okay.
it's like, and you get a lot of it for your
Oh,
money too.
yay. Okay. This sounds like.
So I mean, like, let's put it this way: when you're done and you want seconds, there'll be seconds.
Okay, then.
It's that much that they give you, and so it's perfect for when you're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh huh.
So, you know, uh,
And then there's this kitten over
I don't
here.
even know if there is a buffet around here. I can't remember the last time I saw one. I think it was at a mall, actually. It was like, you get a tray, you self serve, they ring you up, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Well, this one they ring you up, and then you get the tray and you self
Mm.
serve. Um, there are some that charge by the pound or that sort of thing. Not this place, but I've lost a lot of weight. I want to keep it off, so and then I don't even know if I can physically go back to eating the way I used to. So
Well, I don't
I mean,
know.
there was
I
one
mean,
time I was hungry, and I made up some scrambled eggs the way I used to. So I make up a half dozen eggs and I make some bacon into it, and I end up eating too much, and I unfortunately threw it up. So I don't even know, as I say, if I could eat as much as I used to.
well, I'm not sure that's necessarily a bad thing.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm definitely with
I
you on that
mean,
one.
you've described your diet, and it sounds like suicide by food.
Oh man. Oh, Tria says it's just.
And I'm not just talking about the fact that it's gotta taste like fermented ass. So, I'm sorry, the amount of sauerkraut and intestines you ingest is just, I'm gonna go with no and ew and keep it away, and also that'll kill you. So,
There you
I mean,
go. Tria says that it's just cheaper for her to make her own Chinese food, and I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Um, if I can just get the wheels
well,
spinning enough to actually make the food.
I've tried making Chinese food on my own, and I must be doing it wrong because it's not that cheap to do it. Mind you, most of what I've been doing has been trying to replicate the pork from that pork fried rice I love so much, and that's difficult. So, um, yeah, that could be part of the problem. I should try other dishes. I guess maybe those are cheaper, but most of the times when I've looked up Chinese recipes and I look at the ingredients and I write them down and I go to the store and I look at the prices and I go, holy shit, I'll just go to the restaurant.
Yeah, well, that happens quite a bit with the traditional stuff, definitely.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, you can just buy the like pre-made PF Chang sauces, and that's
yes,
pretty cheap.
yeah.
But it also feels like cheating.
Oh, well, I mean,
Mm.
we had an occupant of the White House who demonstrated that cheating could get you where you wanted to go. Um, and then this is interesting. Mage says the Chinese buffet was where I got to try frog's legs. I've
Good.
never had frog's legs at a Chinese buffet. I've had frog's legs, but
I
not at
would
a
not.
Chinese.
Never. No. No.
Oh my! I've eaten some pretty weird shit, as Kate has already told you. Um,
Ah,
I've done the frog's
that's
legs. I've done escargot. I was not impressed. Um,
I hear escargot is just like super rubbery.
a little bit, and the escargot I had might not have been prepared all that well because it was actually a little gritty. And
Well,
it's
don't snails like sort of squirm around in grit?
kind of more or less, yeah.
Well, maybe it was just collected in some sort of mucus pocket and they hadn't cleaned it out yet.
Well, there's the thing. This was it wasn't
Snails have
exactly
bones.
a five-star restaurant, but it was a little high end, and it was still a little gritty. And well, what are you gonna do?
Do snails have like bones or cartilage or something that keeps them together? Or is it just skin and glop inside?
Basically, skin and glop inside, and it's the shell that is their exoskeleton.
Hmm. So basically, it's just their one big foot.
Yeah. Hmm.
All right, fair enough.
It's yeah. I won't run out and get snails again anytime soon because, as I say, I wasn't all that impressed with them. Um, Kishka, on the other hand, I mean, as soon as I can get around a little bit more, as soon as I'm feeling a little bit better, I will go down to the local food district downtown. There's a wonderful meat cutter down there who has all kinds of crazy stuff, and definitely grab up some kishka.
Yeah, I have had like some burgers made from animals that are not quite so traditional, like
Mm-hmm.
the elk burger was, like the ostrich burger. I mean, they were all just unremarkable,
Okay,
really. Like
yeah.
like like there wasn't even any real novelty to it, and so I mean, I tried it. Eh, there's a buffalo burger too, but I've already had buffalo. I
Yeah,
don't
I've
know.
I've had I've had bison burger. I love venison. Oh my God, I can't get enough venison. It's just a matter of getting out and getting it, and it is a bit more expensive than beef. But
Yeah.
I had a friend who would go hunting every year, and I'd end up with some of the venison steaks that he would bring back, and
I remember really enjoying rabbit the one time I had it, but I
mm,
was like I was like 3 or 4 years old. We were still living out in the woods, and now I'm not sure I could bring myself to chow down on a bunny. Somehow I would feel icky about that.
okay.
You know,
Um,
because it's a cute bunny. It's like I don't know why I was okay with it at 3 or 4, but now I would feel like a monster.
yeah, I don't know. My grandfather, not Dedko, but the other grandfather, loved bunny, and I got to eat quite a bit of bunny when I was young, and it was very, very yummy and tasty and nutritious and delicious. And it's a little on the expensive side if I go down to that meat cutter, but I may do it. I may do it
Yeah. Well,
this year. And
the one time I had it, it was like someone's actual their rabbit that they had killed and cooked.
okay,
So this was not store bought. That's what I'm saying.
okay, then moof beef.
Remember, I was living out in the wild here. This was like in the screaming wilderness in Vermont.
Yeah.
So,
So I don't
I
know.
mean, yeah.
I guess when you give it a name, it is a little more difficult to eat it. Yeah.
Well, and I know like I've described those redneck neighbors of mine. There were times when they would drive that pickup truck up to their house with a deer strapped to the front of it.
Okay.
So, I mean, these are the people I was around. I was around, woodsy folk for a good long time until the yuppies moved in.
Oh my! It's almost sounds horrible to have the yuppies moving into
Well,
that, but
I mean, it wasn't though, because they were Vermont yuppies, which means they were at least half hippie.
oh,
You know,
okay.
these were the people who, like, yeah, sure, they were well to do because they made a new line of hemp slippers. You know, it was like, yeah, my energy conservation business is really taking off. Those were they weren't yuppies and they weren't hippies. They were yippies or huppies. I don't know, but
Oh
they were,
my.
yeah, they were very green yuppies, if you see.
Okay then.
So yeah.
Oh my, that's got to be great. Um, Green yuppies instead of gray yuppies, or however they classify the aliens. I don't know. Okay, Mage says gator jerky was good. I haven't had gator. I could
Neither of them.
I could get gator at that meat cutter. I just haven't had it.
I've
Um,
had Gatorade.
okay then. Yeah, and you are quite correct, Mage. Yeah, the octopus not much flavor and a bit rubbery. I will
I
not.
still love that one video of that girl who tried to eat an
Oh my
octopus
God!
alive. That was the
Yes,
funniest
yes.
video.
Oh,
Oh, that poor girl. She's going to be immortal for that on the internet forever.
oh my! She's probably going to want to
But
crawl into a bomb shelter and live out the rest of her life there.
see, the thing is, like, okay, I would have a difficult time eating gator just because, I don't know, looking at an alligator, it looks dirty. Like it looks like it could not possibly be healthy meat because the animal itself looks filthy. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I do.
It's like it's different when I look at, say, a cow, even a
Moo.
cow that, has been like lying in mud. It doesn't look like an inherently unclean animal the way a lizard does, you know?
Okay, okay.
And I realize that's probably just me having been spoon fed that like reptilian creatures are bad by all of the media I've consumed. See my DVD shelves for evidence of that. You don't eat dragons, right? It's probably poisonous, is what I'm saying, kind
There
of
you
thing.
go.
It
There you
might,
go.
it might just be that taking over from the rational brain. I don't know. But some part of me looks at something vaguely reptilianoid and says, no, don't eat that.
Well,
Bad.
what I don't quite understand are the people who chow down on squab,
Aren't
uh,
those birds?
pigeons.
Well,
I mean, talk
okay.
about, yeah, I mean, a pigeon will eat just about anything.
Okay, but
They,
I mean, it's still a bird. We eat chicken, we eat turkey, we eat pheasant, we eat quail. I could give squab a try long before I'd try an alligator.
well, as far as eating habits go, pigeons are catfish with wings.
But it's still a bird.
But then again, come to think of it, I used to eat catfish all over the place. So if you
Yeah.
do it right, catfish can be pretty damn good. Uh,
That I think here's a good probably rule of thumb. It's not perfect, but the wetter the environment in which the animal lives, the less appetizing it is to Kate.
there you are. And as
Yeah,
Mage says, most of the gator is pretty dirty. If it's not prepared right, it will be filled with parasites. And I suppose that parasites are not all that tasty.
not goddamn eating gator. And I bet some of them survive the cooking and end up living in your intestines.
Easily. Yeah.
Not doing it. So yeah, I don't
Tayo
know.
korostul.
Yeah, I mean, I bet doves are tasty. I wonder, like when a magician loses a dove, do they eat it or do they bury it?
Could
They make
be,
it
could be.
disappear. They saw it in half.
Ox says, I've had country pigeon. I wouldn't touch a city one, though. Yeah, you got a point
I'm not
there.
gonna have gah. Forget it, Jackson. No gah. I might eat gummy worms, but no gah.
Oh,
Ugh, ooh, you know,
what is Gach gummy worms that are moving?
no, well, gah is Klingon worms,
Okay, okay.
and they are indeed live when you eat them.
Oh, yum.
There was like an episode of Star Trek where Riker had to fit in, like some sort of, cross cultural like student exchange program thing. And to prove himself to the Klingons, because they thought he wouldn't do it, they presented him with a big old plate full of gach, and he just reached in a big old Riker paw and mowed him down. And it was like, okay, I guess you just proved yourselves to the Klingons, they're Riker boy. I don't know.
And then when he went off camera, he threw up, right?
Well, I don't know what it really was. I mean, it could have been anything. I don't
uh,
know.
Randy says doves used to be a delicacy. Yes, indeed. Oh, Ox says the jaw, back straps, and tail are the only good parts of the gator. Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, you definitely don't want the thorax or abdomen.
And I'm surprised I'll eat crab legs because let's face it, crab looks like something that wants to eat you, and usually that's something I don't want to eat. You know, but like despite the appearance of an alien face hugger, crab legs are tasty as fuck.
Yes, they are. Um,
So
what really gets on my nerves are the people who go to the buffets and load their plates up again and again and again with the crab legs to the point where they haven't eaten them all by the time they're finished at the restaurant. They're just loading up in order to load up. It's why do they do that? I mean, take what you eat what you'll take. I know it sounds like the military, but it's pretty much the
well,
way I'm looking
if
at
you
it.
get a doggy bag, take them home, and you do ultimately eat them. I mean, it still seems kind of unfair, but
Mm.
I mean, I could see taking home what you didn't eat.
Oh man, it's been so long since I've had crab's legs.
Mm,
Um,
it's been a good year or two for me
yeah,
since before the pandemic. Certainly,
yeah.
every time like I'd walk past that particular part of the supermarket, I'd look and see if they were on sale. They haven't been for a very long time, so.
Okay then. Um, yeah, and the fake crab meat just doesn't make it. Sorry. I mean, it's all right in its own
I'm okay
right,
with
but
it.
it's not a substitute.
And it's that I think they got awfully close, regardless. But it's not exactly the same. But I'll eat it. If I get a California roll and they used imitation, I don't really notice.
Mm. That's what I need to do, by the way, is see what I can do about making up a California roll or some other sort of sashimi, and or at least finding it somewhere, because I haven't had sashimi in a very long time. I mean, we're talking years here, um, and I like it. It's good, tasty, yummy.
Well, Jackson, what about spoo like Jakar was eating? I think it's a Minbari dish.
Oh, okay. Okay, Major's favorite sushi is eel. I've never had eel.
I don't want to either. They look too evil.
Do I think dirt evolves? Well, dirt doesn't produce offspring, and that's central to evolving.
Dirt may change, but it doesn't evolve. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, I'll get that picky when it comes to definitions.
and honestly, reasonably so in this case.
Hmm. Oh my, oh my.
Naturally, of course, my judgment was the most important one in deciding
Oh
this, that
yeah,
it was legit.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my.
I mean, for some reason, and I know I wasn't getting this off of you. My brain was somehow reading this whole, well, who are you to decide? And I figured I might lean into the skid that existed solely in my own head, and well,
Let's see. Imitation crab is just surimi or whitefish. Yeah.
hmm,
And I like them both. As I say, I mean, I don't mind this stuff. I just don't see it as a replacement for crab's legs. Randy, you gonna take off? Okay, honey. Be good. Have fun. I know they're mutually exclusive. You can do the best you can, and you go from there. Oh my.
yeah.
But
Hmm.
yeah, I haven't had any fishies for dinner lately, and I kind of miss it. And
Well,
it's not that I can't get it. I mean, they have the cheap ass tilapia and the pollock at the Squall Mart. And
not really into the whole like seafood thing, though. Not as a rule. I think part of it is, I mean, I don't know. There's something about the taste of seafood that doesn't appeal, and I don't have the words for it. I'm really finding the inadequacy of the taste words language. But
okay,
there's
okay.
something about seafood, some quality it has, almost universally, that I don't really care for. It's a kind of chemical taste.
Well,
Um,
one of my exes years ago would react badly to marine fish, and turned out it was because of the iodine.
you mean the iodine?
Yeah, that iodine. And
Iodine. Well, I don't know. I mean, it might be like, is there a lot of potassium in fish
I don't know that there's any more potassium in
or
fishies than there is in any other meat.
iron? Iron, maybe. I don't know. There's something in fish. I think that I'm just reacting to. Maybe it's because I'm a super taster. I don't know, but there's something about it where I guess the taste of the fish doesn't taste too far off from the smell of the dead fish at the docks, and that doesn't do them any favors.
Okay,
I don't know.
okay.
It's just and then the other thing is that it takes a really long time to cook. Like if you notice, there's no microwave fish, but like
Right,
every
right.
frozen fish has to be baked. You can't just stick it in the nuker
Right.
like you can with say chicken nuggets or something.
Mm-hmm.
Chicken
Yep.
fingers, whatever. Um, and so I was like, well, too much effort for something that doesn't taste all that great. I think I'll skip it.
Okay. Um, but I have my memories, and I'll tell you one of the things I really, really liked was having a dinner of fish that you had caught that morning. Um,
Well, then you've never had that dish because I didn't catch any fish that morning that you ate.
okay, then. Move beef, but part of it was going out and actually reeling the fish in to the boat with my uncle there and smoking cigars and drinking beer and then the yummy and tasty fish. I mean, it was only hours old, and by we'd get it home, we'd clean it, we'd fillet it, we'd freeze it, and then even just a few hours later, pull out the fishies that we were going to have for dinner, and yeah, many much tasty.
Mm.
But I don't see that happening anymore. It's just difficult
Well,
for me to get out there with rod and reel and to a place. I'd need a motor vehicle or some shit like that, and it's not happening.
well, the few times that I've eaten fish that was taken out of like Lake Champlain, maybe someone caught a couple of perch, right?
Okay, fine.
My experience was A, it just tasted like fish, and B, there were bones in the fucker that someone hadn't caught. And so every now and then you'd be chewing and ouch.
Oh yeah, I mean
So
that does happen.
and I have to say that watching someone clean a fish is revolting. So I mean, no.
Tayo korostu. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mage says it's the amino acids in the fishies that give them their flavor. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
maybe it's that, but it's grody, whatever it is. I don't like it.
I mean, there's one of the reasons that I would consider a motor vehicle if I were able to afford one. Because I mean, just to be able to get out and go fishing, but unfortunately, it's just not going to work.
Well, where's the fun of the actual process, though? Because you're supposed to be quiet and you just sit on your ass to not scare the fish. So you're just sitting there and sitting there and sitting there.
Well, that's why
So maybe some. I mean, where's the fun?
it's kind of nice to have somebody there with you. I mean, if you're conversing, you're not necessarily going to be heard by the fishies, and it also helps when you get into a school of them, where you're in the boat and you happen to locate a school of bass or something like that, and no sooner do you drop the hook, then somebody's nibbling on it. You just pull the fish in, and it can get quite a bit more than Ohio will let you have legally that way. But nobody's watching you, so.
Hmm. I don't know. It's not the way I would spend my time. That's all I'm
Mm.
saying. I'd rather go somewhere where civilization reigns, where we've tamed the wilds and bent them to our will, keeping us safe from all that would harm us. You see,
Oh
they're
my.
called cities, and it's where the truly sophisticated and highly evolved of us live. You see.
Oh God, you sound so much like Melody. It's scary.
Oh,
My ex.
oh, yeah. Well, I have a talent for exaggeration. You know me. I like to
Oh.
say things to upset people because it amuses me that you're like, what? You know.
She's the urban dweller, that sort of thing. Her big thing that she wanted was a brownstone in New York City,
Hmm.
and I don't know if she was. I doubt she was able to realize it, which I don't know. In a way, is kind of unfortunate, but oh well. What are you gonna do? Um,
Hmm. Well, I'd like to live in one of those like, high-rise arcologies that acts like what do they call them, a skyhook or whatever, where the thing gets launched up into orbit.
okay,
One of
okay. Oh my, what? Skeptic Mafia says, I think vegan fish will be, or at least could be, superior to actual fish. I'm sure nutrients could be processed into the vegan fish. The texture can be normal, and bones are optional. Hmm.
Hmm. Well, wonder if we'll ever get there to where we can have vegan meats.
Well, it's already starting. I mean, isn't the Impossible Burger vegan friendly?
But it's not meat.
Well, okay, she's got a point there.
The point
Um,
of vegan meat is that it was never aware. Because I asked some vegans about this, where I was like, would you eat like ham that had been grown in a vat and was never, like a person. And they said,
Okay.
yeah. And I was like a little surprised because I thought they were just against eating meat in general. Um, but I was also impressed because I think that's actually pretty fair. And I wonder if we'll ever have vat grown meat like that.
Well, I'm thinking that it's rather close. I mean, there are people working on that, aren't there?
Probably, but there have been people working on a lot of things for a lot of years.
Yeah, okay. Oh my. Let's see.
Hmm.
Oh my.
Much as I wanted Cracker Jack, this shit's good.
Okay. Well, I'm happy that it serves the porpoise.
It's a reason it's called Crunch and Munchies. It's Munch, but
Oh my. Okay. And let's see here. Let's see what we can do and what we can do it to and stuff like that. Skeptic Mafia, you ask, what shape is the brownstone? What um, what Melody wanted to drag me to. Wait a minute. There, that's better. Was something like that. That happens to be in the Chelsea neighborhood of Manhattan. And I saw that, and God's only 439,000. What
is
is
that
that?
all?
Is that the rent per month? Is it
I gotta
really?
tell you, that's actually really, 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 really good.
Yeah. I mean, if you can buy a Manhattan brownstone for less than half a million, I have to wonder what it's like. I have to wonder how much work has to
Oh,
go
it's wall to
into it.
wall hobos and roaches, obviously.
Obviously. Oh my. But no, I don't. I couldn't do Manhattan. Sorry. I'm amazed. I am actually amazed that I think that I would be able to do.
Chicago.
Yeah, the especially down Addison.
Hmm,
Some of the
I
old.
think I could do Manhattan.
Oh, my mage got the first potato from the garden.
Hmm.
Šesta balokapatianta jakarusu da betrunda. But I,
Blubba blib blah bleed.
yep. Now I know that I'm not going to have. I'm not going to have Addison Street. I'm not going to have anything else.
Yeah, but you know what? I got me a Zandy Poo. Hello, Xander. How are you? How are you, buddy? Oh.
Mel, Mel.
Hmm. Hmm.
He was the kiddiness.
He is staring at, well, he was staring at that Crunch and Munch box like somehow it was going to do a trick. When he decided it wasn't, he decided Lappy Poo, nap time.
Yay! It sounds yummy and tasty and nutritious and delicious. I envy you, Xander.
Now he's licking me.
Shut up, Clarion.
No, he really is though, slurpity slurpity.
Oh, look at you kiddiness. I don't know. You must taste damn good.
Either that or I'm just like sweaty as balls. I mean, it's Southern California, and what is it, like May?
Oh, you. It was actually snowing here a couple mornings ago. And it was like, Jesus Christ, it's May and it's fucking snowing. But this is Pittsburgh.
The climate change isn't real.
No, not at all. Absolutely.
It's a
not at all.
hoax.
Yeah.
It's a liberal commie hoax.
Oi. I'm just curious as to what the Weather Channel has to say. Okay, allegedly it is 47 degrees Fahrenheit out there now. Feels like 44. For 21, 35 hours, I guess that's not all that bad, really. What's it
Well, let's
supposed?
see.
My tomorrow is not looking all that good, is it? Tomorrow gets up to 60 at the best.
Well, okay, I guess it didn't get that high today. It was well, I mean, right now it's what, 6:35, and it's 64 degrees out there.
Okay. So you're doing 20 degrees better than we are. Yeah.
Mm. Looks like tomorrow high is 70, low is 61. That's the highest it'll be until Monday.
Oh, Amiga Nuts. Hello, dear. How are you?
Megan, it seems like it's been a while. Have you
It
not been to
has.
the last couple of shows?
I have not seen Amiga in the last few shows. I was beginning to wonder whether he liked me anymore. But
Has Vonric been here today?
I haven't seen him, and I've been looking.
Man. Oh, well. It's always good when certain people drop by, innit?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Those good old friends that you miss when they're not around. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, look at you, Zender. Oh, who's my little kitty? Oh.
I don't know.
Xander makes me go all goopy.
I'm not going to say
Don't you,
it.
Xander?
I'm not going to say it.
Not like that. You get your head out of the gutter. Jeepers. Or like a friend of mine used to say back in high school, she said, "Get your mind off the table." What? No one has sex in the gutter. So,
Oh my.
I think that's probably false, actually, but that's a shame.
Tria says that Elmer eats better than she does. I've been there. I know what it's like, honey. That was the other thing about Ariel. When her kidneys went south, at least Melody was able to feed her well. Because she had to have the low protein diet and everything like that. Oh my, Amiga, you are just such a cutie. But yeah. Oh my.
People don't use my title that often.
Oh yeah, there you go. I am trying to remember the entire thing. What is it? Lady Kate, the marginal.
The whole. I forget now because I talked to someone about this. I think Lady has to come first.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it has to be Lady the Reverend Catherine of House Farr.
Doesn't marginally acceptable figure in there somewhere?
Well, it can if I'm being silly.
Okay.
Which I never do. I mean,
No,
God.
definitely not.
Really, I've never been. I'm always serious. Jeez, as if. Said the dyed in the wool 80s kid.
Aren't you a little? Aren't you a little south for that though?
Well, yeah, but I've always been a little south.
Yeah, that too. That too. Because that Valley Speak, that's basically San Francisco, Oakland, right?
No, no, Beverly Hills.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, but um, yeah, it's I mean that was more common in the 80s anyway, you know. I don't know if anyone still does it in real life. I've certainly never met that stereotypical surfer dude, you know, the cha like yeah, you know that guy, you know
Oh,
the one.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I just I've never met one of those either.
Oh my.
I did meet a guy who like just was the spitting image of Christopher Titus, and it was terrifying how much he looked like the guy. Um, but yeah,
Okay then. Moof
way
beef.
too young to be him. Could possibly have been related to him, but way too young to be the guy. Oh,
Oh,
Xander got in his little pillow bed. Oh,
I don't know.
easy. Is the with the see. Oh,
Uh, I've got one of those for Sylvia. I mean, it's a different color, but it's the same damn bed.
Columbia has one too, and it's also a different color. It's sort of like pink, but not quite. It's like sort of a pink that really wishes it could try very hard to maybe someday be magenta.
Okay, okay.
You know.
And what amazes the shit out of me is that she has actually, or she actually uses the furniture I got for her. Um, okay, Amiga says, so is her ladyship the Reverend Catherine the marginally acceptable of House Far, correct or not?
Um, I'm not sure because I'm still not 100% certain that lady has to come first. It might actually have to be Reverend the Lady Catherine. I'm not sure. Someone showed it to me once and I have written it down somewhere, but I'll have to dig it up.
I know usage here when somebody holds the title Reverend and Doctor, for example. eh, I've only seen Reverend Doctor.
Hmm.
As if,
Well, but that's not a noble title, though. There was something special about noble titles that affected the order.
oh,
But I
okay.
think it was something like your career has to come like either your career has to come before your title or your title has to come before your career. And I think it might be career before title because the title has to do with you and therefore it has to be snugged up against your name as close as possible. But I could have this
Hmm.
completely wrong. I don't know because it may be that the title has to be first to show its importance.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I can imagine, like, here, Reverend would come before anything else because what else could be more important than holding the title Reverend? As Christopher Hitchens would say, it's amazing what you can get away with as long as you have that title Reverend ahead of your name.
Actually, you know what? I think I was right on the first one. I think that title has to be closest to your name because I think like Doctor Lady Catherine makes sense, where Lady Doctor Catherine doesn't. You
Okay.
see.
All right.
So I think it does have to be Reverend Lady Catherine, the marginally acceptable of House Far,
Okay then.
Esquire. No, it's weird, you know, for a very long time I didn't know what that meant. So I finally looked it up, and apparently it's what you put on the end of your name if you're a freaking lawyer. And I was like, that stinks because it has squire in it. It should have something to do with like knights, you know, and horses and crap.
Okay then. Well, wait a minute. The squire was the one who shoveled shit and dressed the knight, right?
Well, not, I don't know about the shoveled shit. Certainly the squire was like the knight's handy dude, like his secretary or whatever, is his, here's your pennant, my lord guy. Um, and probably like took the horse to the stable and maybe like picked the grit out of the hooves, but I don't think he was the shit shoveler. I think that was the stable boy. So, but the point is that the squire has nothing to do with esquire, which has to do with being a lawyer.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Oh, but don't use it, Colleen. I'm not a doctor. But yeah, I anyway.
Well, I don't know. Is it possible for a doctor to regenerate into a body that already has a personality in it?
That doesn't make any sense at all.
In other words, if the current doctor,
Oh, are you
whoever she
doing a
is,
Doctor Who thing?
yeah, uh huh.
Oh, stop it. It's not entertaining.
Oh.
Well, it's not. I really like this meme that someone posted and I retweeted on Twitter because it reflects my feelings precisely. Where it shows like all these covers of superhero comics with black protagonists, and then it shows a white dude painting like blackface on Superman, and he goes, "Finally, a black superhero," and Superman's like, "Look behind you."
Okay.
The point being is like they're trying to cast a black dude as Superman, and like a lot of the woke white people are going woohoo, and a lot of the black people I see are going, but there's all these black heroes we'd much rather have as movie characters. We don't need a black Superman. We don't need a black face white hero. We have our own.
Mm-hmm.
Do that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've been saying that forever, and people keep misconstruing it as me being anti-black, when in fact I'm siding with all the black people I'm talking to. So, yeah,
Okay, then.
I don't
Skeptic
know. It's
Mafia.
just,
Skeptic Mafia wonders who is the most famous person I've met. Well, the only one that comes to mind right now, and does he count because I knew him before he was famous, is Alan Ruck.
yeah, gosh, does it count if you know someone before they're famous?
Yeah, I don't know.
I, hmm. I'm gonna say yeah. Yeah, it
Okay,
counts.
I mean Alan's a big sweetie. I love him dearly, but whether he fits
Now,
into some of these questionnaires, I don't know.
like if how do I put this? If the celebrity is famous in a completely different area from someone else, like I mean, Richard Dawkins is pretty darn famous,
Yeah.
but I've also met Marie and Pear from Roxette, and they're a very different kind of famous,
Okay.
you
Okay.
know, and they're gauging whether they're more famous or less famous than Richard Dawkins is actually probably pretty easy because they've played gigs around the entire world, and maybe he has too, but not to stadiums full of thousands of people. So,
Mm-hmm.
but even so, it gets a little weird to judge who's more famous than someone else, and also, does it count if you've only met them online?
Gee, that's an interesting question.
Because I know Robbie Wrist, who was cousin Oliver on the Brady Bunch, right?
Okay.
The
Okay.
kid who allegedly killed the show, and he's also done like voice work for so many things, and so it's like, I mean, I've never met the guy in person, but we've interacted a fair bit online. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he's liked some of my posts. We've chatted back and forth a little bit on some of his things like that. So I mean, does that count as having met him, or is it just, well, online doesn't count,
Well,
text doesn't count?
anymore, I'm inclined to believe that it does count because so many interactions, so many relationships, etc. do take place online.
Well,
Um,
then it's probably down to Robbie Wrist and the members of Roxette because, I mean, they're probably the most famous people I know.
okay, then.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I know I have had before they fucking killed my account, other celebrities on Facebook. Um, I don't know if he's the most famous. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and then, I mean, as I think about it, when I'm talking about people online and that sort of thing, okay, maybe the most famous person I know is Buzz Aldrin. Because we've interacted. He's on my friends list and that sort of thing. And I don't know if I want to really own up to it, but Buzz is an interesting
Well,
character.
I mean, not it's a lot of people are going to think it's not true. You never met Buzz Lightyear.
There you go. There you go. I've known quite a few politicians in Cuyahoga County, but I wouldn't necessarily say they were all that famous.
Trying to remember. I'm pretty sure I've never actually met Bernie Sanders, but I think my parents have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, all right. There was a school field trip, probably fifth, fourth grade, something, where I met Patrick Leahy.
Oh, I think I remember you speaking of that. Yeah.
He's kind of on the famous ish side.
At least notorious.
And I'm pretty sure I met Madeline Cunin, who no one really knows unless they're from Vermont. She was like one of the first female governors.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. Um, and I'm sure I've met other politicians. I think I met the other dude once. Oh, why am I blanking on his name? Screamed and it ended his campaign.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
gods, I can't remember his name
The
either.
problem is he looks too much like Mitt Romney, and that's what keeps popping into my head. But it's
Oh, for
not. He's
fuck's
a
sake.
Democrat, for fuck's sake.
I've got to look it up.
Howard Dean.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah. So, um, I'm trying to think here. I'm sure I must have met like some actors or something. I've met a couple of authors,
Oh, okay
mostly
then.
sci-fi, and fantasy. Um, Probably, I don't know if anyone here knows Stephen Bruce, who wrote the Vlad Tolstoy books, the Dragarin Cycle books.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's another dude. Oh hell, Paul Anderson. Met him once.
Oh, okay then.
Pretty sure I met Michael Stackpole, but I didn't like his books, so I didn't really talk to him.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, there was that one time when I shared an airport shuttle with PZ Myers.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Pfft, dumbass. I was on Tosh.0. I know Daniel Tosh.
Okay then. Yeah.
Doy.
I mean, I don't usually count them because, I mean, these were only brief interactions, but I've briefly interacted with Asimov. I've briefly interacted with Clive Sinclair. If anybody remembers the Timex Sinclair computers, he was responsible for those. Very, very early home computer. Um, and very, very briefly interacted with Bucky Fuller. But, I don't know if that qualifies as having met.
The guy name is Buckminster, anyway.
I do not knowing. Is am I not knowing?
Hmm. It seems like such an odd thing, like to look at a helpless, squalling, minutes old newborn and go, yep, that's a Buckmeister if I ever saw one.
Oh, look, it's Von Rick, says met Barbara Streisand. They talked for 15 minutes uh, wha- at a gay rights activist meeting. Okay.
Right on. And hello, Von Rick. We were just wondering where you was.
Yeah, you were hiding from us. Definitely. This is not a show without Von Rick over in the side chat. Yeah, I don't know.
Hmm. Yeah. Um. Well, I did very briefly have an exchange with Penn Jillette.
Oh, okay. Moo.
Hmm. And briefly, very briefly, interacted on Facebook with Rob Paulson, the voice actor.
Oh, Moof Beef. Yes,
Mm-hmm.
definite Moof Beef.
Brief interaction on Twitter with Mark Hamill.
Okay, then. Okay.
Um. Hmm. I don't know.
Oh my.
Man, I really should take it easy, but these things are so good.
Gonna put back on all that weight you lost just on Crunch and Munch over there.
Hmm. Well, that's why I bought a big old bushel of celery sticks too.
Oh, good, good, good. Because, yeah, the old negative calorie stuff. So you load up on Crunch and Munch and then you take it all off digesting the celery.
I really like
Uh,
celery.
okay, Tria. It's great having you here. It really, really is. So you have a good night and stuff and things. And what am I talking about? I have no idea.
I don't know either.
Oh, scheisse.
Hmm. Well,
And
I wouldn't think that the shy say anything.
as little as necessary, I suppose.
Hmm.
Oh, Lord. Oh, my.
You know,
Am I gonna hate
there
myself
is a
tomorrow?
town in Vermont that I've never really been able to figure out name wise because it's called Montgomery. And it seems to me that that would mean that there's a mountain called Gummery. And who the fuck names a mountain Gummery?
Okay, then. Okay. Yeah,
I'm just
that's
saying.
just saying. Oh
All right, I
my.
guess I'm the only one who thinks that's funny.
Ox has got around. Ox has met Glenn Campbell. They thought he was an asshole.
Hmm.
He's ridden horseback with Reynolds and Anderson. Is
Hmm.
Burt Reynolds, Lonely Anderson. He thinks they were cool people. And he's sat and drunk with Hank Jr. Okay.
Hmm. All right.
Oh my.
Sounds very country.
Yeah, a little bit. There are some people I wish I could have met, but alas, it's a little too late
Hmm.
because they are all dead.
Hmm. Yeah. There's some people I wish I could see in concert again, but it's a little too late because they're all dead and stuff.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah.
What I wouldn't give to have actually seen Roxette in like a stadium. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because that's really not what it was when I won that contest, because not very many people won. It was a very small venue. So it wasn't like, a mosh pit.
Okay, then.
I wish I could have seen them like in the early 90s,
Okay, then.
but never had the chance. They stopped playing the States because we suck.
Yeah, well, you got a point there. Um, I never got to hear Sinatra in concert. I wish that I could have heard Sinatra with Count Basie. That would have been amazing.
Hmm.
I heard Count Basie and his orchestra, definitely, but not
Wonder what
Sinatra.
Sinatra would sound like if he was singing good music.
Well, I'll just pull out some of the tracks I've got.
No, I mean, like, what if he sang "Church of Your Heart" by Roxette, replacing Pear's part?
I don't know. Maybe he would have done fairly decently. Who can tell?
Because I mean, there are some people out there who use their powers for evil, and I think it's a shame. What? It's not funny. I mean it.
Oh my! I remember the album he did late in his career, not that long before he died. It was called Duets, and I'm thinking I could have done a damn good duet with him. I really could have.
Well, I
But
still want to do a duet with Rob Paulson doing Yakko's World.
alrighty.
That'd be so awesome. Track him down at a convention or some crap and ask him to do the duet with me. I think it'd be fun.
Well, let's see. You've got to arrange that first, right? You've got to, do the musical
Oh,
arrangement.
no, I have it on karaoke disc.
Okay.
So all I'd have to do is find him at a convention, ask him if he'll do it on camera, and go.
Oh, Ox says there hasn't been good music since autotune was invented.
That's not true, because there's Roxette music since Autotune was created. And they kick ass, Autotune or no Autotune.
My, oh my, oh my.
Because some people just don't need it, you know?
Okay then.
Some people are just that good.
Oh my. I actually miss those days.
Well, yeah, the 80s.
The singing days, yeah. And
Right, the 1980s when people sang good music instead of that crapola other people sang. You know, good music.
I can tell you, I did a better Sinatra than Sinatra.
Okay.
Oh well, such is the life.
Mm.
Ah, yay. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's going to be interesting with the neck tomorrow morning.
Uh,
It's interesting, though, the temperature of that area is directly proportional to the amount of pain experienced. The more it hurts, the hotter it gets.
well, makes perfect sense. It's
And
probably your immune system going buggo and trying to do whatever it does and expending a lot of energy doing it and heating yourself up.
Diokorostu. Okay.
Well, skeptic, how dystopian's dystopian? I mean, are we talking like post-apocalypse or are we talking film noir? Because, like if cyberpunk counts, then that would probably be, oh, which one is it? I think Shadow Play by Nigel Findlay,
Okay
if
then.
cyberpunk's allowed.
I don't know if it counts as dystopian.
Well, I mean,
Well, I mean,
Blade Runner was pretty dystopian.
the one I'm thinking of, I don't know if it counts as dystopian, but it's got a really, really hard plot twist down to the end, and the whole thing is cat's cradle.
Hmm. I the world has to be dystopian.
Yeah. Okay.
And Amiga Nuts, it's going very well, actually. While this show was going, two shots got rendered, and I have to check, might have hit the 13-minute mark. So it's going pretty well. Act 2 is beginning, and Act 3 isn't very far behind.
Wait a minute. What are you, Quinn Martin?
What?
Or is that a little before your time? The Quinn Martin productions that were on television, such as there were a couple doctor shows. There was a couple.
Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, yeah.
Well, not necessarily, but they were divided into acts. So you would have, between with the commercials, you'd have Act 1,
clearly
Act 2.
not this. Like, stories have acts. Damn it, you know this perfectly well. It's a story structure. So it has nothing to do with your stupid doctors.
Oh man, I have to look. I'm just curious now. I am going to look over here. Quinn Martin Productions. Alrighty. And let's see what titles they've got going. How many Quinn Martin Productions were there? So, here we go. QM Productions sorted. Ah! Boy, did you have a whole bunch of them. The Fugitive was Quinn Martin. Barnaby Jones. Cannon. Streets of San Francisco. Who remembers that one? Oh, my. Oh, my.
No one knows these archaic-ass shows of yours.
How many of these I have totally forgotten about? The FBI. The Invaders. 12 O'Clock High. That was a damn good show.
I've got a movie called that.
Did it have anything?
No. Actually, no. The movie is 3 O'Clock High.
Oh, okay then. Okay. Did it have anything to do with dogfighting?
It had everything to do with the guy getting his ass kicked after school.
Dayo Corostu. God, I didn't realize there were this many. So many of them lasted only a season or two. Oh, yay. But then again, yeah, I mean, those are interesting times. I mean, the whole Quinn Martin format was kind of nice, and the whole thing, and
You did okay if you say so.
some of the premises were okay. I mean, the Fugitive was really close to home, because that was loosely based on the Sam Shepard thing.
Why I saw the movie with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones.
Okay, I lived in, well, let's see. Trying to remember if the whole Sam Shepard thing predated me, or if I was alive for it. It was a close call.
You sure it's not Sam Spade?
Um,
But Sam Shepard's an actor.
okay. What do we have here? No, that's not working. Here we go. Sam Shepard, Cleveland. The murder was in 1954. Okay. And he was exonerated. He was
Sam Shepard died.
Yeah, in 1970.
No, in 2017.
Alrighty.
You here. Present now a tab. Sam Shepard. Go. Sam Shepard.
Alrighty. Not enough peas.
Well, fine, but that's Sam Shepard. He was in the right stuff. He played Chuck Yeager. Of all the people in this show, you would know who Chuck Yeager is on The Right Stuff.
Of course.
Well, that was Sam Shepard.
Oh my, oh
Don't
my.
forget it. Light you on fire.
Oh my.
Not like that. In the immolative way. In the way that makes you roasty.
Now, there's no picture here, but there you go.
Uh-huh.
Oh my, that was it's a really big trial because there was the accusation of him being tried by the Cleveland Press.
Okay. What the Cleveland Press say he did?
The Cleveland Press, well, the editor in chief especially didn't like him, and was proclaiming his guilt of the murder of his wife.
Oh. Wish there was a way to take that rainbow effect and slow it down. This is just too frantic, frenetic, fast. It's distracting. I wish I could make it like, a quarter that speed. Make it more hypnotic and soothing.
Alrighty then.
Well, it'd be nice.
Wait a minute. Amiga says, I'm waiting for USA 2020. It's going to be a dystopian docudrama. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this has been a very strange, year and a half. So I thought that the big event that my generation would live through would be 9/11, and boy, was I wrong.
Yeah.
Definitely did not see a pandemic coming. That came as a bit of a surprise, I have to say.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
not a welcome one either. I could have done without it. I'm giving it 1 star. Do not recommend.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
I want to be able to see the closing act. I want to see this all come to a close. And
What does that mean?
Yeah, the pandemic, the plague. I
Oh,
really want to see
okay.
that come down to a close, but I don't know if I will. I don't know if any of us will.
Well, that's the thing. Is as long as it doesn't mutate to shit, then all those people who are vax hesitant will die off, and the rest of us live happily ever after.
God, wouldn't it be nice if it were that, were it that easy?
Well, I have to say, this does seem to be an intelligence test. Surviving this virus seems to all come down to how frickin' smart you are. Well, or where you live. Limiting it to the United States, whether you survive the virus depends on how fucking smart you are.
Yeah, but how many people are the dumbarses killing? Is there any decent estimate of that?
I don't know, but the fact is that, well, it may be the only way to see the ass end of this plague is to let all those people commit suicide by virus. And if they take a bunch of people with them, well, unless we deploy commando teams with dart guns to make sure these people get their injection, what else can we do? short of mandating the vaccine, what else can we do but wait it out and hope the idiots commit suicide by virus?
And well, here's the whole thing: mandating the vaccine won't even work. Still find ways to work around it and everything else. And unfortunately,
Well,
you can kind of do that here, especially if you claim a religious exemption.
okay, rewind. Successfully mandating the vaccine
Okay, then. Tayo
would
ko
fix
rasto.
the problem. Okay, it's,
Myth, myth.
we can figure out the what ifs later. The point is that the goal of the plan at least is sound, even if the tactics could use some work.
Yeah, okay, I'll grant you that much.
All right.
It's just so unfortunate the shit you can get away with here. But
Hmm.
Amiga says maybe it'll be the rapture. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well, if it turns out that there is a God and they all float up and we're left here to twist in the wind, and when we die, it's the end, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, why not? I love those single panel cartoons, with the clothing lying on the street and everything else, and people jumping up and down. Yay! We're finally free!
Yeah. Yeah. Man, imagine where we would be if we hadn't been held back by religion so freaking hard.
I know. It's crazy.
Seriously, like, that is the main reason. No, the second reason to build a time machine. The main reason is to go back to the 80s. But no, I take that back. That would be the third reason. Okay, the main reason is to get my spaceship, then to go to the 80s, then to go back in time and, like, I don't know, prevent the whole Alexandria thing or rescue Jesus so there's no Messiah or something. Find some way to disrupt these religions as they begin so that the rest of us can keep actually doing what needs doing.
Oh man, and that's the unfortunate thing is that when you look back, religion was so pernicious. There's really
Yeah.
no way to eliminate religion as a whole because so many embraced it, depended on it, that sort of thing. Well, for a long time, and here I'm going to go back to Hitchens again. It says it was our first and worst attempt at medicine, at explaining the world, that sort of thing. And because it was first, it was the worst. But unfortunately, so many people will not let go of it. I don't understand. This is what I
I
don't
do.
understand. Well, what I don't understand is why are they still hanging on to it?
I get it. I mean, the idea of ending forever is scary. I don't like the idea of it. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of stopping. I'd love it if there was an afterlife. I think it'd be fun. I mean, imagine if you did end up in a place where there's like all these dead motherfuckers who were like famous and crap from history, and maybe they're exploring the universe and have been for centuries, and yet you're still able to meet up with them and interact with them and find out what they've learned in all that time since they've been dead, and this, that, and the other. It's great to imagine about. There are so many different ways that authors and filmmakers have shown the afterlife, and the idea of the short time you have on Earth, the not quite a century that most of us can expect right now, isn't it has a real great appeal. Plus the idea that there's someone out there, some parent figure that's making sure that the bad people pay for their mistakes, and also who has their hands out there guiding you, helping you, even when you don't understand there's a plan, so it's okay. I can see how that's attractive too, right? It's the only flaw is that it's bullshit. I mean, if it, I mean, that's the big problem with religion, is that when you try to see if all of those safety nets are really there for you, they're not. So, but I can see why it's attractive.
I don't know. Some might consider it attractive, and then I hear Hitchens' description, where all you're doing for an eternity, it's praising the dear leader. And
Okay, but see, this is why I said that there are multiple manifestations of the afterlife. We're not just talking Abrahamic.
I mean, there are times
So,
that I wish there could be a really nice afterlife where, Sci Strike and I can sit around and talk about shit for hours the way we used to. Or,
some sort of Nirvana or some crap, Asgard,
mhm.
all of those. So, I mean, there's some pretty decent afterlives out there that are not, Abrahamic-y.
Oh my! But of course, that whole structure was set up as a carrot and stick sort of thing, just to
Oh yeah.
keep people in line down here on this rock.
Well, but see, that's the thing, though. Is like you didn't necessarily ask at first why people might believe in the Abrahamic stuff. Just asked about afterlives, and I
Yeah.
was like,
Okay.
well, I can see the appeal of lasting beyond your mortal existence. There is something to that sounds like it could have like it could be a good time, depending on how it was implemented.
Yeah.
I can see the benefits of resurrection, although it strikes me that every time you hear anyone who talks about resurrection, they always assume you'll be resurrecting on Earth.
Uh huh. Yeah.
It's like who says that you'll even be in this solar system at all? That you'll even be on this arm of the spider? That you'll even be in this galaxy? You don't fucking know, right? And if there's resurrection, there's probably lots of places to or not resurrection, reincarnation. Lots of things that need new souls or whatever. So, but I can still see the appeal of that. It's like, well, this life sucked ass, but because I made the best of it, the next one's going to be better. I can see the appeal of that crap too. So, I mean, I can understand why someone might hold on to it with a friggin' death grip because it's the only way to not be so afraid.
I am going to admit that the big problem I have right now is wrapping my head around not existing.
Hmm.
Because I'm always thinking, what's it going to be like to not exist? And Clarion, shut up. Because, when you're not existing, when there is no you, there is no you to experience, there being no you. Um, and that's the interesting thing is, at least for me, everything I'm thinking of centers around my existence, my experiencing the things around me, and it's crazy to think that I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to exist. The closest thing I'll have to existence is memories people carry with them, and I'm pretty sure not all of them will be good. Uh,
And those will only last like a week and a half anyway. So.
yeah, pretty much, pretty much. Amiga
No,
says,
yeah, I mean, I've tried to picture that too, because I mean, it's like trying to picture the difference between zero and null.
yes, yes, absolutely. Um, the one thing I'm hoping for is that the transition from existing to not existing will be smooth and peaceful.
Smooth, yes. Peaceful, no. You're getting a grand piano on the noggin.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh my, Colleen says that your crunching bunch looks good.
It
And
is.
Amiga's been away because he's been eating abiogenesis papers for the past couple of weeks.
Okay. I hope that means studying.
I think so. Well, yeah, Amiga, Mark Twain did say something, or at least it's attributed to him, um, that for billions of years I did not exist, and after my demise it'll be pretty much the same, so what's to fear? Um,
Yeah, but the thing is, there's never a sense of, you know, coming online
yeah,
when you begin to exist.
yeah,
When I exists, when I am, there's it's a gradual thing. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
realizing that there is an I is very gradual, and by the time you've realized it, well, you've been you for so long that it's just normal.
Yeah, really.
So but death is a little more light switchy.
Yeah, and what I find a little troubling, if you want to put it that way, I've said this before. You know the present by virtue of the past, um, where you know what's going on now, because in a little while that's going to be the past, and you remember what happened in what was then the present. Now, when I die, there is going to be no present. There's going to be no past. Um, I won't even know I'm dead because I'm not knowing anything. It's a little troubling, really.
And when I die, I want people to ask whether I took anyone with me.
Okay then.
I just want to be the sort of person where you got to ask that just to make sure. You know,
Mm,
cuz yeah. Nah, I don't want to be that. That sounds like for people to expect that of you, you got to be pretty fucking twisted, I think. I'd rather people ask whether I splashed the people around me when I went.
there
Whether from my body or the pranks I had installed in the hospital room,
you
but
go.
like okay, sure, Kate's dead. What did she pull? What was attached to that EEG where when it ended, everyone gets covered in blue paint like they just tried to rob a car. You know, I mean, dude, I want people to ask that. What final laugh did Kate get out of you?
Oh my! I like that idea. It's unfortunate that it's not quite practical in my case, but
Oh, so I have no intention of ever dying. I like being alive, but I don't want a funeral. I want a wake. I want people getting like shit faced in my honor.
there
You
you
know,
go. There you go. Absolutely. Uh
none of
huh.
this crying bullshit. At least not until you're 4 or 5 sheets to the wind. All right. You know what I mean? I want raising of glasses, not turning down of eyes, shedding of tears. Seriously, that's the way it should be. Freaking, but no Viking funeral. Plant me. I want to be fertilizer.
Okay then.
Yeah. But no, this is, but discover, like, telomere extension first. I want to live for fucking ever. Well, I mean, think about it this way. This is one of the best ways to know someone's unlikely to be like committing crimes and shit is that they want to live forever,
Okay
because they
then.
know that they don't want to be on the run forever. So really, they're going to behave themselves until someone invents a spaceship. After that,
Yeah.
maybe all bets are off. But once they get that spaceship, then they're like, oh, I behaved myself for a reason. You know what
Hmm.
I mean?
Okay.
But like, if someone's looking forward to something, they're going to be well behaved.
Well, I don't know. Those Christians are looking forward to stuff,
Oh,
and they're not
well,
all that well
okay.
behaved.
When someone's looking forward to something, they'll be well behaved up until they start to think they'll never get it.
Okay. Okay.
So, it's not an indefinite thing. You can't have someone hoping and hoping and hoping forever. And then when you don't deliver, go like, what? I say, you said people are going to get grouchy if you don't give them their spaceship.
That's the interesting thing that I think about. What did people start to think when it became apparent that their Savior was not coming back? Because, let's remember that in at least a couple of the Gospels, he was reputed to have said, some of you are still going to be alive when I return. And it's 10 years, and then it's 100 years, and then it's 200 years, and this guy Jesus is not coming back. Aren't people starting to get disappointed? Not really, but
Well, you know what I bet is they're like, well, there was one of those like Methuselah types who like lived forever and ever and ever, who was there, and he'll still be there when he returns, immortal and decrepit, but he'll be there. You know, for a while we thought it was George Burns, but it's not. Clearly, it's Betty White.
yeah,
So
there
you
you go.
know, and Betty White was there at the fucking crucifixion or whatever. You know, she was one of those washerwomen that saw him coming out of the tomb, right?
Oh my! So there's the person that Ken Ham should ask. Were you there?
Yeah, but you know, so like, I mean, okay, so that's probably the way they justify it, is saying that there's some immortal fucker out there.
Okay then.
I mean, well, can you come up with a better way? A more plausible way, because these people already believe in magic. So you
Yeah.
know, positing an immortal dude that was there at the crucifixion, that's not very far outside their realm.
Yeah. Oh my! Oh, Skeptic Mafia says that's an interesting one. Drinks from the fountain of youth, gets life in prison.
Right.
I read a short story that was very close to that. Somebody made a deal with the devil to live forever, and then ended up getting life in prison.
See, that's why I have this rule. Like, if I ever have three wishes, the first wish is going to be that every wish, including this one, will be granted as I intend.
Yeah, okay then. Tayo
Now,
Korosto.
that may leave me with only two wishes to actually wish for something I want. But this way, I'm going to get what I want.
Well, I want to see how inside out the world turns when okay, your first wish is you get what you wish for the way you intended it. Your second
Yes.
wish is that you get an infinite number of wishes.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing, because I got a plan for that. Now, usually three wishes come from genies, right?
Yeah.
And the genie will say, no wishing for more wishes. So that your second wish, you wish for another lamp.
Ah, okay. I like it.
Huh?
Tayo
You know?
Korosto. It works.
Yeah. Yeah.
And okay, can you jam two premises into the same wish, where you get the next lamp and the genie that pops out is voiced by Robin Williams?
Well, the thing is that the very first wish was that every wish, not every wish from that genie, every wish be granted as I intend.
Okay.
So if I want a genie that has the voice of Robin Williams, the first wish will know that's what I intended when I wished for a genie.
Hmm.
You see? There's a chance I've given this way the frick too much thought over the years, because this isn't something I'm coming up with on the spot. I have this stored deep in Kate Mem up here, you know, in Kate RAM. It's probably part of my firmware at this point.
Yeah.
What I would do with wishes if I had three of them.
Oh
You know,
my.
I mean, like there's also the plan of, if I don't get more wishes, whether by shenanigans or just for wishing for them, if I can't do that, then I know what I'm gonna do with the other two wishes all by themselves. But you know, it's like yeah, I've thought about it maybe a little too much over the years.
Okay
You see,
then. Yes.
yeah, I have a plan. I have a
We
cunning
should all
plan.
tremble in fear. Moof
It's just a
beef.
shame that Stool isn't here for me to torture with the evil Batman villain face.
Oh my! I tell you, I was very surprised. I think it was sometime on Sunday, or maybe Monday when the show was over. He was actually quite thanking for the time he had on the show. He was actually a very nice person. And I'm thinking,
Yeah,
wait a minute, is this a ghostwriter? Is this Stool or what? You know?
well, I mean, in many ways we gave him a bit less crap than usual. I
Yeah,
think I
yeah.
think maybe he realizes that we're like actually okay with him and maybe even always have been.
Because even on
I
this,
mean maybe.
even
I don't
even
know.
on the show, he was kind of nice, really.
Yeah, well that's what I mean. I mean he's being a bit less of a dick. But I mean, it's fine because like I realized very early on that he's just a bit of a curmudgeon. And he doesn't mean it,
All
and it's
right,
okay.
yeah. I mean,
You know, he's a nice guy who just says mean shit a lot and doesn't mean any of it.
mm-hmm.
I,
Yeah.
I've known the type before. I'm okay with it. He means well. That's good enough for me. You know.
Oh my, I just don't know. He's an interesting person. I actually, I can actually say that I kind of like him.
Well,
Don't let him
like
know
I
that.
said, when I rise to power, his will be one of the painless deaths.
Okay then.
So.
Tayo korostu.
I love that joke. But it's one of those ones you don't necessarily say online because someone somewhere will misconstrue it and report it.
Oh hell yeah, that's it's
You can't
amazing.
say anything anymore.
I know. Um, and some of it is glaringly, obviously humor, and they'll still jump all over you.
Well, some
Um,
of it is like seriously, I could put up an image that happens to have a swastika on it, and it says like, "This is bad, this is terrible, this is evil. Never let this happen ever again," and I'll get dinged for hate speech. You
yes,
know. And it's like, what did someone say? Nazis? Nazis are bad. Get rid of the person who said Nazis. And it's like, but the person who said Nazis are bad. We don't care. We're blind to nuance and context. Fuck off. Ugh.
I mean I'm seeing on the YouTubing thing, people are overdubbing their stuff if they happen to use the abbreviation for the NSDAP. They'll go back and overdub it to 1940s Germans, and come on, why is this necessary? I mean, really?
Well, it's true though. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the reports, but apparently, like, and I saw this on video. There was a YouTube CEO who flat out said that when you're dealing with something like current events or news or anything controversial, there are multiple algorithms that are meant to first steer people towards authoritative sources like network news and crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So people have been trying to censor their shit so that the algorithm isn't tripped by the words.
Okay. Um, I mean, the things I had in mind were simply the use of the word.
Yes,
Yeah, he's talking about the historical thing, and then it's still
doesn't
there.
matter.
Yeah.
That's why they are censoring that stuff, self-censoring, is because they don't want to trip the algorithm and get themselves demonetized or deprioritized or any of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it seems like it should be bullshit, but YouTube flat out admitted it
Okay then. Yeah.
that there's two different algorithms. Like and they said basically, look, if you want to put stuff up on YouTube that's like home videos or humor or a puppy or something, that's fine. But if it's news, if it's anything relevant, well, that's not what YouTube is for. So we're going to move you to authoritative sources instead. And I think the exact quote was something like, "It's really easy to say something about current events from your garage."
Well, yeah, it is.
As like, so the point was that they want the home users to relegate themselves to like pop culture and cute things. That YouTube cannot be a marketplace of ideas for normal folk.
Yeah, and there's the unfortunate thing because YouTube was a marketplace of ideas at one point, and they're killing it. And the only thing I can hope for, I mean, even I'm sitting here on camera, getting out to all 7 people here through the magic of YouTube. I'm kind of hoping they kill themselves that way.
I hope they don't, because this is sort of my livelihood.
Well, yeah, you've got a point there.
You know, I hope maybe the individual executives with their heads up their butts, end up committing career suicide by this. But, I kind of hope YouTube marches on just to the beat of a much better drummer.
Oh my, okay. Neil Peart instead of I don't know who, but
Neil did the what now?
well, Neil Peart, drummer for Rush, as opposed to somebody I can't think of. And then there's this kiddiness.
What about Neil Peart, though?
Better drummer.
Than
What you just said, aren't you?
that doesn't it because it might have helped if I knew who the dude was, but then when you were explaining, and I'm already high, so I mean, come on.
Yeah, I forgot you were high as a kite. What can I say? Well,
Ugh.
there goes my monetization. Yeah, what monetization? YouTube people, I'm not even interested in monetization at this point, okay?
And now epilepsy warning.
Oh, yay.
All right, there. Now, if this video
Is that
deemed acceptable,
is that a fluorescent tube?
no, it's a really shitty lightsaber.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't know if they used a fluorescent tube to make the lightsaber.
No, it's
No.
LEDs.
Oh, okay, fine.
Yeah. Actually, it's kind of chintzy when you actually examine it. This cylinder is actually full of like translucent paper. Like cellophane stuff
Okay.
that holds on to the light.
Okay then. Okay.
It like diffuses it all the way up through the cylinder, through the blade. Where otherwise it would have just sort of illuminated the tip.
Alrighty then.
It's kind of wacky.
Odd
I don't
and
know.
foo.
Also, it is not nearly this bright in person. That white right there, that is solid ass blue in person.
Oh my. Okay.
Not even kidding. That's just
Well,
camera.
I see the way it's reflecting off your hand. When it reflects
Huh?
off the skin of your hand, it is blue.
Yeah, but I mean, the actual plastic looks blue to me right here,
Okay.
right now, blue.
Yeah.
Like this color blue when
Yes.
it's on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was guessing that because the reflection looked blue, then the tube must look blue also.
It's well, but I mean, yeah, it's just because the image was very white.
Mm. Moo.
Eh,
Moo, 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 moo.
mm. Hey, there's Xander. Oh, he's
Yankee
licking
Moodle
my
went
hand.
to moo, mooing
And
up
now
his
he's
moo
biting
moo.
my hand, and now he's got his claws in my hand, and hey, that's my hand.
Oh my. I don't know. The kitty claws, those are lethal weapons. That's all I can say.
Well, they are now, but when I got him first, he was a kitten and he was much smaller, and those little needles weren't quite so bad.
Oh my word. I'll tell you, with Sylvia, and she would climb up on my chest and then start nursing at my neck. She would do that kneading thing. Boy, were those little kitten needles sharp.
Well, Columbia doesn't do it so much anymore, but she had this like unerring aim.
Ah!
Right. Yeah. Ow.
Yeah,
You know,
one of 2 places.
one of three places.
Well, 3, yeah, actually. If you don't take the
Yeah.
nipples as a unit.
And ow. Especially especially if she decided to knead, but usually it was just like she wanted to get up here. So she started at my feet and just sort of hit every obstacle on the way. And ow.
Moo.
Yeah, it's like, I love you, baby, but I might have to wring your neck.
Yes.
That describes relationships with every cat, really.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But Sylvia was the only one that did that kneading thing with me. Um, the nursing thing. And I have a feeling it might be due to abandonment issues. She may have been ripped away from Mama a little too soon.
Well, sometimes I wonder, like, if Xander misses his siblings or if he even remembers them.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah. I mean, he seems happy enough here, but he also seems like he needs a companion to play with. I mean, because I'm always working. I take frequent breaks to play with the cat chaser, but he seems like he wants more. And
Mm-hmm.
Columbia is too old to play with him, to wrestle with him. So um, I do sometimes hope he's happy. He seems
Yeah,
to be,
I have that.
but he also bitches for attention a lot. So
Uh, yeah, I have that
yeah.
thought with Sylvia from time to time. I mean, she seems to be doing all right and everything, but just like humans like their own around, I have to think that maybe kitties like their own around. That there are certain things that only kitties can do with other kitties.
Mm.
Um, and well, I know that there are certain things, but we want to avoid that.
Did you have to go there?
Yes,
Was
I
that really
did. I did.
necessary? Okay, all right. Well, I can think of better ways to get pussy. But anyway, so
Oh my,
yeah.
oh my.
So, but like anyway,
Yes, dear.
cats and things and stuff. I don't know. I'm not tired exactly, but I'm not with it right now.
Okay, I can imagine. I can imagine. I mean,
Yeah. So yeah, I might want to end around 8. Just fair
okay.
warning, because um, if nothing else, I need to get up and hydrate.
Okay, then, yeah. It's,
Yeah.
well, as I had said earlier, I don't think I'm going to make 6 hours. I mean, I'm not, obviously, I'm not screaming in pain, and I'm doing a bit better now than I was even at the beginning of the show, but I don't want to push it. One of those deals. Um, so, we'll see how it goes and everything when I get out of the bed in the morning. What I may have to do is look around for better head and neck support in my bed because those pillows I have are pretty well shot to hell. What can I say?
Well, but the thing is, if you need head and neck support, don't you find it difficult to look like around because your
Yeah,
neck needs support?
right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Never mind. I'll just shut up.
I have actually considered um, trying
What,
to.
like a neck brace?
Yes, I have actually considered trying to find one of those.
What, one of
Um,
those big white collars?
yes, yes.
A puffy thing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. So
Uh,
I would be much more amused if you had like a full on brace, like one of those plastic ones with the
uh,
blue inserts, everything. Is holding it. Maybe even the one that goes all the way up here, so it looks like your head's in a cage.
oh,
That would
Jesus.
be
Yeah,
perfect.
that would be
Perfect.
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 Oh, man. I think I was describing it on Sunday. There's one with a neck strap. It goes around the chin and up here, and then you attach it to a bag of water, and the amount of water you add varies the weight that you're getting on the other side. The only problem with that one is it's pulling on your neck. It helps. but you can't go anywhere. You've got to sit there in that chair for a half an hour or whatever it is. Well,
As you're slowly hanged.
yes. Whereas that whole neck brace thing that you've got going there makes it easier to get up and get a cup of coffee and do the work as if I actually do all that much work here at the desk and everything.
I do a
So
lot of work at my desk.
I have to do more work here at the desk, and I have to do more work at the kitchen island because I haven't been doing all that much work there. I mean, there are a couple episodes I've got that I have to. Well, one of them is already it's in the can, and then I have another one that I have to edit and get it in the can, ready for publishing. I have to get started and get going and all that other shit. And what are you gonna do? You know, I keep talking about it and I never do it because something always comes up. I mean, I was gonna do it this week, and then I ran into this neck bullshit, and it's like, oh damn, just what I need. Oh.
No, I mean, I don't know much about neck stuff.
When it pinches the nerve, the spinal nerve that comes down and down the arm, boy, it hits the shoulder and the elbow and the wrist. Oh God, it hurts.
Well, you
And
know, I'm told that if someone walks up behind you and just thunks you a little, you'll start to hear music.
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Huh.
spinal tap.
Dayu Korostu. Hello, Cleveland. No, honey, I haven't made it yet. I have to make it. I do have to make the soup. Everything's here. The potatoes and the milk and the onions, and I just has to make the soup, and then I can eat it later.
This is reminding me of the end of Coming to America. You
Okay.
remember where Eddie Murphy's done up like the old Jewish guy? And he starts telling that joke. He's like, a guy goes into a restaurant. He sits down and he orders the soup. And the soup arrives. And he calls over the waiter and he says, waiter, will you taste the soup? And the waiter says, what's wrong with the soup? Is there a fly in it? And the guy says, just taste the soup, will you? And the waiter says, what? Is it too hot? Taste the soup. Is it too cold? Taste the soup. He's like, what? Is it not right? Is it the wrong soup? He goes, will you taste the soup? And the waiter says, fine, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon? Aha. Ah, you know. So it's just, have you made the soup made me think of the end of that movie
There
where
you
Eddie
go.
Murphy was, yeah. And he did like the old Jewish dude so well too, Eddie Murphy.
Oh man, that's a really interesting picture. Just to picture, yeah.
Yeah. Coming to America is a fun movie. I'm not sure if I want to watch the sequel.
Okay, I've heard people describe it as crap, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I've heard other people describe it as like amazing. It like did the spirit of the original kind of thing. And I must admit, I do like being pandered to. So maybe I'd enjoy it. On the other hand, I did just watch Bill and Ted Face the Music, and
Mm,
I can't call it bad, but I can't bring myself to call it good either.
okay then, move beef.
I don't know. And honestly, it felt like Keanu wasn't playing Ted. Like he was going through the motions, but he didn't have the same energy.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Okay, Amiga did not like the second one. Colleen
Yeah.
didn't like it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh my! It's been so long since I've been in a cinema to see a film that I forget what the hell it's like.
Well, it's been a while since there's been anything I've even wanted to see. And there's something coming up that I know I want to see, but I don't know if it's out already or if it's like we're still waiting or what. I should look it up. Okay, ended. Because for all I know, you can like just buy it on disc now. Well, it says it's 2021, so not till November. So I might see Ghostbusters Afterlife in the theater.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Tayo
Well,
Gorosto.
'cause I want to see it, but I also am afraid to see it. You know?
Okay.
Well, because Ghostbusters 2 was kind of ass. And I mean, Ghostbusters 3 looks like it has some promise, but it also feels a little bit too much like they're trying to revive the franchise to cash grab more movies. You know what I mean?
Okay then. Yeah.
Because clearly they're going to be passing the torch on to the younger generation. That's clearly the idea behind the movie. And so they're probably expecting to get another movie with this new cast. You
Mm-hmm.
know? So I'm worried they won't tell a full story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm worried that they will just try to set up the new cast.
Oh, what the heck is this? Is this something new? Um, I looked up the
What?
AMC near here near where I used to live, and they have uh, private theater rentals.
That
Rent
doesn't shock.
rent an entire AMC Safe and Clean auditorium. Have a personal screening for one or a private party for up to 20 total guests. Choose from our selection of new releases starting at 149 plus tax, fan favorites for 99 plus tax.
Interesting. Interesting. I was actually mildly irritated when I discovered that like they were starting to book movie seats the way they book theater seats, where it wasn't just first come first serve as far as what seat
Okay.
you got.
Yeah, okay.
And now they're talking about renting out entire theaters. Jesus, Harold Christ.
I know. It's nuts. I mean, the only time I ever knew of a personal screening for one was at those porn places at the side of the interstate, you know.
Yeah. Uh,
Oh my! And I even lose track of how many films this place is showing because there's a I'm just saying what one. Oh holy shit! It goes in
answer the
both directions.
call?
Say
What
again.
the hell's answer the call? What the hell's answer the call? Mage.
Baloko testa.
Ah,
You say my
it
notes
sounds like
annoying.
it must be a Ghostbusters thing, but I don't recognize that title.
I don't know, or maybe he thinks your phone is ringing. Maybe that's it.
It's not. But also yeah, Tron is my favorite movie, and that sequel bit so much fucking chunks. I hated it. Ugh. That movie eats yellow snow.
Okay
Oh,
then.
that. Okay, yeah, I refuse to see the Ghostbusters remake just on principle. You know, we don't need a rebooted Ghostbusters. We
Okay
really
then.
don't.
Okay.
I mean, it's got nothing to do with female cast, although that is kind of irritating. It's like, if you want to do that, do what Ghostbusters 3 seems to be doing and rebooting the franchise naturally, organically, by passing the torch to another generation. That I could accept, but just a full on reboot, nah.
Mm,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
It's not organic. It doesn't flow with what came before. And
Uh,
that's always been my objection to these redos and shit is that, well, I liked what was already done and I want to be pandered to, god damn it. So
huh. Okay.
I don't know. But it is 8, so Kate gonna go because it's late. I'm gonna vacate. You see,
So the late Kate is going to vacate.
something like that.
Something.
No, Kate is going to vacate because it's late, and that's not great.
Okay, that sounds like something you could do. Okay, honey. You t-
All right, have fun. Bye bye.
Yeah. Oh, oh my, oh my, oh my. And it's that time of day, isn't it? Oh my, oh my. Oh, well then. Yeah, I think if nobody minds, I think I'm going to cut. Excuse me. Okay, so Vonrix says AMC. Excuse me, our large multiplexes, lots of theaters to seat only 30 or 40 people. Oh, my word. I really miss when you had a decently sized cinema and you all sat there and you watched a film and the screen was the size of Montana. Yeah, those were the days, man. That's the way I saw. That's the way I saw Fantasia. That's the way I saw a couple of the Star Trek films. But yeah, it's about that time, I think, because like I said, I don't want to push it. I'm feeling pretty good, but I don't want to get another crick in the neck and be screaming in pain tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, well. I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. Mm-hmm. I keep saying it, and I keep meaning it. You guys are amazing. I love you. Every one of you. Pass the word on to those who have taken off early. Oh no. I went to offering captain chairs with recliners. Oh no. Oh, I remember the drive-ins. Oh yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my wife and I would go to a drive-in that was pretty near our house to see like third, fourth, and fifth runs. And I saw the remake of what was that Pod People movie? Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Drive-in. That was fun. Anyway, it's my pleasure to have you guys around here. Sunday, if not sooner, sounds good to me. I like it. Yep. And okay, then, as they say, let's see if I can remember the old Catholic stuff. Let's see. There we go, and then we do, and then, yeah. Okay. Got it. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side. Oh, my word.